So, hi there. Well, I said that I would do this, and I was really surprised and happy with the amount of people who actually watched my last video about my papercraft guys. It was really exciting to just see that, and obviously my book reviews are always going to be my main focus, probably because that's what I do, that is my hobby, and I love doing it, and that's the thing that's going to get the most views in, I'll admit to that freely, that does matter to a degree. But I also really like doing this, so I hope that people don't mind that I will do a variety of other content. It will probably predominantly be book-related, but this kind of thing's really fun to me. I've had a couple people specifically mention wanting to see it, and I've linked to my blog, but I thought it would be really fun to celebrate the fact that I've made over 100 of them, but I've made 100, let's say, guys, basically. And these are my two journal books. This guy here's poking out at the front, and we won't see him for a bit because he's number 20. But we're going to go through. It's going to be the same order as on my sort of archive blog on WordPress, which is Monstrous Divinity. Follow along, I don't know. That way you can basically find them, because most of them are only numbered. Some of them have names, but I keep thinking to myself, I'm going to spend a bit and write down names and little profiles for everybody, and that'll be lots of fun. And then I don't do that, and I instead make 3 of them every week. So we're going to call them by numbers, and also by calling them by numbers, it means that you in the comments can name them, basically. And honestly, unless there's some very competitive areas, you probably are free to just name one of them, and I'll almost certainly, when reading the comments, I'll let you know I will probably name some of the unnamed ones based on your comments. But yes, these are my two journals of guys. As you can see, they're all kept in these casings, so we're gonna have a lovely cut where I take them out in a bit, because it will take me too long and be too loud if I have to do it per plastic thing. It's gonna be a lot of assembly and deassembly. This is actually my first journal. This is my nicer second one. Maybe one day with my epic YouTuber bucks, I will buy matching journals. But as it stands right now, this is the first one, and this is the second one, as I said. How these sorts of paper things work is that I started making them when I was 17, I want to say. It was in my senior year of high school. And I'd made paper art once or twice for fun when I was, I think, a kid. And completely randomly, I was doing so poorly at painting class, I'm a horrible painter, that I just sort of picked up I just picked up a guy. I started making one out of paper. It was based on my drawing, because I do draw a lot of these ones ahead of time. And I was like, this is a fun drawing. He's made of simple shapes, because I have a very round, simple, hand-drawn style. I can make him out of paper, I thought. He's two-toned. I was often doing it in just cheap markers, and so I did it, and I just found such satisfaction in it. I heard that a lot of people in comments were saying, oh, I want to now make my own little guy, or whatever, and I fully encourage it, because it's a really fulfilling thing. And one thing, too, is that I'm not just going to show you them, in their casing, not only because this light rig up here causes a lot of kind of unpleasant glare, it's also because I really love how tactile it is to make something with your hands, and I also like how tactile it is to hold one. So this guy we're not going to see for a while, but I'll take him out as I talk about this. But it's satisfying to me to put them together. I don't usually do a big plot ahead of time, but if you look at these things, it's mostly very simple shapes. I usually do a circle for the head, I do eyes in certain ways, and then I just have a bunch of very simple, usually rough shapes. I see a lot of this really cool professional papercraft, and I love it. I see some of the most beautiful papercraft. But it's often these really intricate scenes. They're things that are done with very precise tools or very precise machines. I don't really have the patience for that. I definitely don't have the dexterity for that. And while I do have an X-Acto blade, I have 2 of them. I can see one right here. I very rarely use this. And in fact, I'll maybe point out when I'm talking about it when I've used it. It's pretty much only to make holes inside of the paper that are much rougher with it, or very precise cuts. Otherwise, I use completely cheap scissors, I use kindergarten glue, and that is it. And that means that it's really easy to do this sort of thing. When I was doing it in art class, most of them were made out of scrap paper. And, see, I'm not showing them to you yet, and here I am. Gently opens. So, this guy up here, he's made out of Pantone paint swatches. That's why all of his colors are pretty much completely different. There was just sort of this bin of Pantone. I don't know, it was an art classroom. And so I was like, that's fun. And I just took a bunch of them and I just made it a little guy. It's not a great material to work with, and I would suggest, using proper, this is a cardstock. It's not very thick, as you can tell. It's not super fancy cardstock. It's just a step above children's construction paper. But when I first started out, most of my guys, I'll show them to you, are very fragile, like one-sided color paper. I haven't done any out of tissue paper, but I've done stuff that feels like tissue paper. And other things like that, like pencil and Pantone paint swatches, which, by the way, horrible to work with cheap glue. It's, you can pretty much do it with anything, is what I'm saying. Like, colored construction paper is very cheap. You can buy a large pack of it, a large pack, like, at this point, because I do this as a hobby so much, I have, I'm not going to reach over and grab it because it's nearby, but I have a section like this much is how much I'll buy it. I'll buy it in bulk. And that's like 20 quid, which is expensive for paper. But, it's my hobby, so it's an investment on that. And it's like 200 sheets or something of a variety of colors. Like, the paper's a bit expensive when you buy in a large amount, but when you're first starting out, you can pretty much buy children's construction paper. That'll be like $5 or something, You can buy smaller packets of paper and they'll be very cheap. It's just paper. Glue, extremely cheap. You usually can buy that at a dollar store in bulk. Scissors, similarly. You don't need fancy tools. I realize I'm rambling a bit, I'm sorry. You don't need fancy tools to do it, and I'm just really encouraging of making a bit of art because I love sharing them with people. I love it when I go to the stationery store to pick up some more paper and I'm like talking about paper with the other people there, and usually they're doing different kinds of crafts, but I'll be like, oh, I make little monster guys, and everyone will want to see them, and it's really fun to share them, but I usually don't share them with people. I post them online a little bit and I get, like 3 notes or something, and it's fine. I don't mind. I just like making it for myself, and it started as something I just did for myself. They just lived in a big box. It's pretty recent that I put them in these proper storage containers. They used to just all sit on top of each other in a box that I kept in my room. And yeah, it's just the tactile. Yeah, the tactile nature of them is really nice. I love, how you can see the depth of it. I love their imperfections. They're not perfectly done. My lines, I do my best, but you can see a lot of spotting on the lines and things like that. But he's lovely, and when people look at him, they just say, what a lovely little guy, People just like it. People will think it's neat that you've made something cool. You get to hold it at the end, which is something, when you write a book, you can hold the book at the end, if it gets published or if you pay extra for it to be printed properly. With a craft like this, some of them take me very little time. I think the average is probably like an hour for one. Some of the more complex ones will take me several hours of, intermittent work. I do it while I'm playing D&D pretty much. And yeah, it's just a very satisfying thing. So I know that I ramble a bit when I'm talking freely, but I hope that people don't mind. This is going to just be a fun little video. You get to look at a bunch of really cool monster designs, not to brag or anything, but I think they're cool. And I'll talk a bit about, what I was thinking about, inspiration, maybe the color, talk a little bit about the guy. Yeah, just some stuff like that. We'll have a chill, lovely time, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Also, I do have a bandage on my finger. I feel like sometimes I have to address these things. It's actually, I haven't hurt myself or anything. It's that and you can probably tell if you look at my nails, am a perpetual skin destroyer, so I have pretty much torn a pretty nasty hole on my hand there, and I didn't want to do a video where I'm just going to be talking with my hands the entire time, where I have a bad looking wound on it, so I've put a little bandage on. Yes. Also, the lighting is a bit interesting. Welcome to my epic YouTuber money. I've bought myself a like 15-pound lighting rig, I say. It is a little ring light up here. It is a big improvement. I can turn it off right now to compare. Yeah, so like this is what I was working with before, because basically I live in a little crummy apartment. It's a lovely apartment, but it's full of mold because of where I live. And this lighting is extremely yellow and not very pleasant. So the fancy light that I have, there we go. It's a little bit washed out. I will see how it looks when I'm doing it with my face and things, but hopefully it won't be too bad or too weird looking for people. And, you know, with my camera too, we have a nice HD thing. Anyways, that was way more rambly than I meant it to be. Let's just get in on my special little lads and celebrate them. You have to celebrate them, legally speaking. It's their birthday. It's all of their birthdays. There's actually 110 of them, but there's 100 of them, and it's their birthday today, so please say happy birthday. So it's become dark in my process of doing that, which means the glare is a bit weird again. Again, I'm still trying to figure out this lighting situation. I think this does just look worse, so apologies for the glare, but I kind of want this to show up as much as possible on camera as the correct color and all of that. Yes, so this is my first ever guy. Well, not quite, and here's his original arm. I kind of feel like I don't know if I did it better on the other one. Yeah, I don't remember what spurred me to make this guy, and he is guy number 1. He still doesn't have a name besides just the firstborn, the chosen one. And yeah, this is sort of a design that I've had for a very long time, and one thing that we're going to see as we go through this, first of all, there's a Gen 1 and a Gen 2. This is part of Gen 1, obviously, being my first little guy. Generation 1 sounds funny to say, but basically I did a huge amount of them in school, and those guys are my Gen 1 ones. They're usually made of much frailer paper. As you can see, this guy isn't even proper double-side construction except for his new arm. This is construction paper right here, and this is, I don't even know, but it's not very strong. The other thing is that the designs vary quite a bit. I did a lot more simple designs when I was first starting out, and I was much, much more limited on color palette. I only had a couple different colors, most of them pastel. So a lot of them are just going to be sticking to basically just 2 tones. And I do like how my original style looked. I mean, I like this guy quite a bit. But it's been also very fun to, and when we get to Generation 2, you'll see, get to mess with a lot more different papers, cooler papers, reflective stuff, golds, etc. As well as having just a better color palette. But no, I enjoy this guy a lot. He's very tired. I will put in an image if I can find it of, I have a picture of me holding him when I first made him in high school. Wonderful. Next to a juice box. Yeah, as you can tell, he's pretty big, and he's lovely, and he's my friend. I kind of questioned about fixing his arm because, why touch them? The main fact is that a lot of these early ones are really frail, and they weren't stored properly at all. So if you look at this hand here, the camera may or may not focus on it properly, but it is very crumpled, because he probably was stored in a big pile, which coincidentally is what I'm doing right now off camera to get all of these guys in order so I don't have to reach into the loud bag every time. Yeah, they don't take well to that because paper just gets caught on everything, and these guys are frail. When I talk about, I'm spending a lot longer on this one than I probably will for everybody. But I do have a couple quick notes, and first of all, this isn't my first ever time doing papercraft. As I mentioned before, this guy I probably made when I was 17, which means that he is, ooh, dear God, he's goddamn 8 years old. That makes him about 8 years old, this guy here, which is frightening. That's very unsettling, actually. Ooh, time. But anyways, I have older ones, so hello there, hang out with your other arm. I found these when I was grabbing everybody together. First of all, by the way, I do not have all 100 of the ones listed on Monstrous Divinity WordPress. I don't know where they went. 4 or 5 of them have breached captivity, and then there's 3 ones that aren't even on that website. So we're just gonna make do, and we're gonna do our best. And I will put in images of the ones who have gone missing, but I have no freaking clue where they've been, because again, they just lived in a box. Anyways. These are my first ever papercraft guys. I have no idea why I started doing papercraft. I have absolutely no concept of it. It's not like anybody I knew did it. It's not like I saw somebody who did it. I just started doing it. I think I just wanted to do Pokemon fan art, as you can tell, because I like Pokemon and I still like Pokemon. And we can probably carbon date when this was to Generation 5, Gen 5. So, oh god, I don't know when that was off the top of my head, but that's probably how old I was when I was doing this. I think that, yeah, that's probably going to be our carbon dating on how old these guys are. As you can tell, they're extremely sun-faded. They basically used to sit on this poster board across from my bed, which had direct sunlight on it. And so they have become sun-bleached with time. Look at this Woobat here. You can see the original blue from the pushpin has been preserved, and then he is this washed-out husk. I always thought, basically, I think I made this guy first, and I was like, God, that looks good. And then I did my best with the rest of them. I don't even like Bulbasaur that much. I think I just thought he was easy to make. I do like this guy. Yeah. So these are actually my first ever guys, but they don't count. They're not special little angel boys. I say, gesturing to a mutant deer. Number 2, I'm probably not going to cut with all of these. I guess that would be the practical thing to do, but it's just so much extra work, and I want to just, not to sound lazy, but, you know, don't want to do too much extra work. This guy, this is Circle Cat, Wheel Cat. I usually call him Wheel Cat. Technically speaking, he is unnamed. He's just guy number 2. When I do these things, I think I've said it already, but this is not the order I made them in. I have no memory of that. Guy number 2, I really still love this design. I'm a big fan of it. He's just a wheel, and he's a cat. When it comes to design motifs, which I guess I can point them out for you, but you'll probably notice as we go along, very often I did this sort of eye in the beginning, which I don't do as much now, and I often did cross noses. Fun fact, so keep your eyes peeled for that sort of thing. I don't really have a lot to say about all of these, and I probably won't, but I do really like Wheel Cat. I think that he's a fun, but maybe, you know, adventurous kind of guy, and his limbs all rotate like a wheel every time. It's not like these are the arms, it's just everywhere he goes, he's just spinning all the time, which I think is a very fun idea. So, here's number 3. Number 3, again, one of my absolute favorite designs. I don't have the original drawings anymore, but a lot of these early ones too were basically marker drawings that I did in like 5 minutes to like a minute max in Latin class, because I did Latin for 4 years and I was a TA in the last year. He's from this very fluorescent coloring. He especially glows under the light here. But I love his design. I feel almost a little weird to be like, oh, I love this thing that I created. But it still holds up as one of my absolute favorite designs. He does seem to be missing a leg, which I think I know where it is, and it's in the box. He does have another leg. It came off. It happens. I'll glue it on later. Yeah, so the halo motif is something that, again, we're just gonna see a lot of, because especially in Gen 1, wow, I did it a lot, and I really love doing it. It was because it's very easy to make one of these rings. It looks a bit tricky, but I'll show you the back of this guy. Whoop. So yeah, you can see that I sketched him out ahead of time, which I often did. I don't do it as much anymore. But the rings are just these really messy sort of crescents, and it's quite easy to do that with a scissor. And it makes this lovely little crescent kind of shape, basically, obviously. And it just looks really cool. I love the extra, like, 3D effect that it gives his tail. And I do consider these guys to basically be, like, spooky angels. I'm still really into angels, but I was especially just into making really cool monster angels. And for, like, a year or two, that's basically all I drew on all of my, like, coursework and everything like that. And so that was just sort of led me to just keep making random little guys, and they would have halo motifs because they're meant to be angels, and they don't look like angels very much, but that's sort of the point. I thought it was just a really fun way to do it. I was very ahead of the curve on the whole, you know, theologically accurate angels thing, which is maybe not my next video, but one of my videos coming up, I've been working on a thing just talking about the subject of angels as they're portrayed, and I don't really believe, it's not like angels all secretly look like this. It's just fun to have fun, isn't it? So here we go. She has come undone a little bit. Where is my glue stick? Let's do some live on-air repair. You can really see me definitely doing this well. So this one here is, again, it's a very simple design. I really quite like, I'm gonna say this about all of them. No, there's a couple I don't like. I really like her design. I find it nice. One thing, too, is that I often, especially with a lot of them, and again, just talking about design things I often really like to do, is closed eyes in general. I love doing little tiny segment body pieces. This one's made to look more like a dress, but I think that that's a very fun way you can kind of just play with the shape of these things. And she's obviously designed to look more like a person shape, but I do quite a lot of them that are person shape, basically. And I often like to give them very, like, exaggerated body proportions like this. You're definitely going to see it quite a bit as I go on. And I don't really know why I did this. I think it's just because I find that the more kind of extreme, you know, tiny waist out here, these sort of very shapely legs, I found that's a very good contrast, basically. Yeah, number 5 is rather like number 3. This is sort of that, I want to call it, it's not running to me, it's sort of a lounging in midair kind of position that number 3 has, where you have the 4 legs kind of dangling down. These two are going here while the head's in contrast to that. I often do that sort of pose because it has a good balance, basically, where it's like one arm out here, but then if you have the head facing it, too direct. This guy here, this is one of the first ones where it's like, I don't love him. You know, he's not my favorite son. I'm so sorry. He's very charming. He's very, you know, beautiful smile, lovely eyes. You know, better execution probably exists out there. It's also sometimes fun to flip these guys over and just take a look at his bright green little mouth. But yeah, no, this is one of those sorts of things where he just looks a little bit like a funky little dog, and you know, that's cool. Also, his little skirt here is too much of a skirt for me. Oh, hello. This guy, he is, I mean, he's bold, he's charming. People like this guy. This is one of the ones that I pretty distinctly remember many years ago. A lot of people, when they saw my guys, they would really like this guy. And yeah, he does look a lot different from, I have one or two who look like him, but he does stand out among them because he just looks like a charming little guy, doesn't he? He's a little eye, and he has these little spirals, which I hate. They're not identical because usually when I do things, you can tell they're layered, and I cut it and then you have 2 identical ones. Cool. That's what we have. Well, he seems to have lost one of these in the war. Ah, there it is. Whoop. There we go. They're usually just identical ones like this. The spiral could not do it identically, and I suffered so much for it. Take a look at these messy little spirals that don't match. I did my best. But, oh gosh, he's just a little guy, isn't he? He's, he reminds me kind of like a little axolotl or a little salamander guy. And he's just so confident, he's just so bold, you know? We all could be like him, and he's number 6 out here. Here we go. Number 7, again, seems to be missing an arm. I do apologize for the state of these things, but I swear I'm a caring parent to my guys. But these guys are literally like 8 years old, and for most of their lives, they lived in a very weird little, a very big box, basically, that then lived in the garage. And they weren't well maintained, basically. So I've definitely lost some bits of them over time, and I probably should sit down someday and, like, repair it properly. As it is, I'll point out when I'm missing something, he should have another limb right there to make him even. But he still kind of looks cool with 3, honestly. The unevenness is nice. This guy's sort of an ostrich angel kind of thing. I like what was going on with the halos out here. Obviously, we have the classic halo, but this one here, where it's sort of this nebulous U that winds over the neck but behind the back, I kind of like that. It makes it a bit more funky. I never super liked him, and I don't really know why. Maybe because I hate eggs, and he's very egg-like. But he is one of the first ones that's made of a proper construction paper, so he's much more, I think actually this is watercolor paper, the white. Yeah, so I definitely took some nice paper, basically, from my art teacher, and I turned it into this guy. And hey, I still passed that class fine, even though I did, like, no painting. Okay, number 8 is a special boy. Let's see. Okay. Here's number 8. Number 8, you've probably seen this already on a couple of them, but we have a lot of this sort of glue, and I think glue decay or something. Like, it's kind of a weird red color on. Yeah, it's turned sort of red in some of these shiny spots, which in person are also noticeable. They're obviously much more with the light on like this. Turning it off is not really going to help, though. They are pretty noticeable glue spots here. But this guy's one of my favorites, and he's very special because he's way too big. I have a couple other big ones that I'll bring out at, I don't know, maybe the midpoint or something. In that I have like 2 who are just way too big to be stored. And 3 actually, because I can see one of the more new ones. Because I really, really like his design. I think it's really cool. It's one of the more angel ones. He's very distinctive. I like this little bit. That's probably one of my favorite bits about him, is that little neck bit. And I just sort of want him to feel better. He's also made of really, really thin paper, so he's at constant risk of damage. Number 9 is 3, okay? And by number 9 is 3, I mean number 9 is 2, because I have lost one of them. I don't know where she went. So we just have these 2 hanging out. This one here is just, I don't know, a classic little wolf. Here she is. To me, they're in a girl gang. The genders of these guys obviously are completely subjective. Like, they can be any gender that I want them to be. They don't have genders. They're just guys. These guys were all connected because they're all very human-y shaped, and I didn't like them at all at the time. I kind of like them as a trio, or now duo, because they are just sort of these weird humanoid monster guys. They're in a girl gang together now. I didn't like her at all, for example. I don't really know what I was thinking. That seems mean. She's fine, and now I look at her and I'm like, you know what? She's cool. This is my overpowered Mary Sue orc wolf demon god lesbian lady, and she's also punk, and she wears a scarf and also underwear. I don't know. She's special, and this is, I guess, her girlfriend now. Except they won't look at each other. They don't really want to look at each other, but it's fine. They're in love. Number 10. Number 10 is a real return to form. As I've said, and I draw it a lot more than I make these guys out of paper. This is one of those design motifs that I come back to a lot. I don't have any formal name for them. They're just my little eye deer guys, and yes, they look way more like rabbits than deers. I don't know, I couldn't draw... deers. I couldn't draw deers very well, and I keep saying deers, which is, I'm very sorry. I couldn't draw deer very well, and even when I got better at deer, I liked making the very round, large ears, and nothing about them resembles a deer at all. Sometimes they have little antlers. Often they look way more like rabbits, but they're deers, okay? They're eye deers, you see? When I was in, like, 4th grade, I had a teacher, and she would always pronounce idea like idea. And she'd be like, that's a bright idea. And I was like, bright idea? And that stuck with me, and that's how we somehow wound it up here. And, yeah, again, we have that real snatched waist. But in comparison to this sort of brightly colored two-tone, one of the most classic designs I have out there, I like giving them funky tails, and I like just messing around with this, and basically, like, number 1 was quite like this, and this is something that I've done a couple different times. It's just one of my favorite little things to draw and to make out of paper. It's just my little guy. I don't know what to tell you. Number 11. Okay, number 10. Come on, it's okay. Number 11. Number 11 has lost part of his tail, which you can't really notice, but he used to have a little plume at the end of his tail, as I like doing that to these guys. Number 11, he feels a lot like the little axolotl guy. I feel like these guys are definitely cousins. They're probably not the same species, but they're cousins by marriage, I guess. Yeah, he is, again, a design that I quite like. These are not meant to be eyes. These are supposed to be just like little cheek marks. This is his eye. But it does kind of look like he just has teeny little eyes, which is also kind of cute. He has these extremely bright colors. I don't regret moving away from using bright colors. I didn't really have a choice. I was just using like scrap paper pretty much. But ooh, some of these guys do hurt a little bit. It's also true that when you use better quality paper, not to shill for using cardstock, but you avoid some things, like if we get close, we can see like some residual dirt. I can't clean that out. You can't get this guy wet. And glue also often will be a lot more shiny to it. But he's charming, you know? He's friendly. He's just saying hi, and it's one of those sort of things that I quite like. I like these guys. Gosh, I feel very repetitive talking about them, but let me introduce you to them. This is my son, my 11th son. So, son number 12, I'm gonna put a picture of him. I cannot find him. I don't know where he is. I don't know who let him out. I'm actually kind of okay with that because I don't like son number 12. Yeah, I mean, I assume I'm showing a picture now. Let me look at him. I'm sorry to say that, but even when I made him, I looked at him and I said, oh, this ain't good. He's just nothing to me. I feel mean going in on this. A lot of people were, hurt by how much I talked down to my son that I made on camera. But number 12, I'm sorry, I don't mourn him very much. It is a little annoying that he's gone missing from captivity, though. This is number 13. Number 13 is a much more traditional angel. That's a funny thing to say. But I realized that a lot of my angels, because remember, all of these are angels, all of them, didn't really look very angelic. So I thought to myself, let's make one that's much more angelic-y. So this guy is basically made only out of wings and feathers, and then he has some little devil horns for some added flavor, because I thought it was cute, and I think it really does bring him together. He's very fluffy. I really liked the idea behind this one, but I think that doing a guy entirely made out of feathers now, I would probably make it more expansive. I do kind of like how he looks like he has little pantaloons, but I think that, there's something to be said about lots and lots of feathers and nothing else. In fact, I've definitely done that before, and we'll see one later quite like that. But no, he has this lovely minty pastel, which so many of them use because I just had so much of this mint color. Number 14. Number 14 here is a classic idea, four-legged edition, because the ones that are on 2 legs, the ones that are on 4 legs, they're the same species in that I haven't named them or done anything else with them. It's okay. So this one has 2 eyes, though. I can't actually tell or remember how much has happened with his little dots. I believe he had a dot here, and I believe he had 1 or 2, maybe just 1, up here. On the scan, he certainly does. And I don't think he turned out very well, especially since this is a design that I will draw a ton, not usually with the 2 eyes on top of each other, but I will draw an idea like this all the time, and I don't think he quite captures what I want from it, but, he's a nice little guy. It's one of those designs that I've just had for so long that I'm just so used to it. And spoiler alert for number 100, I basically came back to this design for 100 and did it way better, and I love how 100 turned out. So stick around for the next, 76? Don't think too hard about how many it's gonna take before we get there, okay? This is just chill out with me and look at some funky little guys, okay? That's all this video is. Here's number 15. So, number 15 is, again, we're going back to the classic idea, but I purposefully made one that wasn't quite as tiny-waisted, so that's nice of me. I really enjoy his colors. It's this bright purple and bright green. The lighting is interesting in this room. I might fiddle with it a bit, but I'm a little worried about, because it gets a bit too yellow with the actual lighting above. Yeah, this is going to be our best fidelity, even though there's a bit of a weird shine. So, yeah, he's lovely. I don't really understand what this thing around him is. Is it biological? Is it, just an accessory? I think it's probably biological and it's probably really sharp, but I like him a lot. Oh, my epic commentary. Again, we're going back to this idea sort of thing. God, do they not look like deer, and I know that. They have tails that vary, but this one especially has a puff tail like a rabbit might. He has the standing ears that aren't even tapered a bit like a rabbit might. and he's actually lost his second layer of antlers, but even with the second layer of antlers, it doesn't really look that much like a deer. I almost just called him a rabbit. He's cool. This year is number 15, except number 15 is our first one oh god, he's number 16. Number 16 is our first one with a name. His name is Discord. Yeah, of course it's Discord. I definitely feel like, I used to watch My Little Pony. I'm sorry to tell you that. It's a cute little show, and I quite like cartoons and musicals, okay? So when I was a teen, I did watch My Little Pony, and this guy's definitely named after that villain called Discord, who basically is like a weird animal, dragon-y something, and every limb of his is different. And so when I made this one, who is made out of Pantone, yeah, I just sort of took that in. I will say, I really don't recommend using Pantone color aids, as you can see, as they're labeled on the back, because the glue on him is extremely frail, and it doesn't... So certain kinds of paper and things will be more forgiving than others, I want to say, and this one is not very forgiving. Let's see if we can notice the glue spots here. The glue shine really sticks to it, as well as any sort of markings like lines or dirt or pressure can leave these permanent marks that kind of make him look a little grubby at this point. This here is number 17. Some of these guys are very small. This is not the smallest one I've ever made, but ooh, he's teeny. Number 17 is this chatty little wolf guy. I often will do this sort of design too. It feels weird to say that, but you have to remember that I also will draw a lot of these, and especially at the time, I was drawing them all of the time. Some of them I made into paper guys, some of them I didn't. So when I say that I often do it, it doesn't mean that we're going to see a ton of this body type, but it means that I often drew a lot of that body type. And this is sort of a spirit ghost body type, I guess. And I've always just really liked it. I like putting the little animal head on top and just sort of making this strange one. Having the little bow in there as well. The fact it's colored like his flesh, interesting. He's very sassy though, isn't he? You know, he looks like kind of, he looks like he's gonna sell you a used car, and that car is not gonna work at all. Like, it's a really used car is sort of the level this guy's at. And he has very jagged teeth because teeth are hard. We keep getting smaller. This one here is number 18. Number 18 is again trying to play with the classical idea of an angel, and is thus, I don't know why so small. I don't plan these things out very much ahead of time. These pastel colors that I had access to, I was just like, let's make a little angel. But again, giving them little devil horns, because I think it's cute and it's fun to play with the idea of an angel a bit. And very similar, this is very much like the little baby of that other one who was all wings before, but with a sort of an eye up here. Negative space is kind of tricky to mess around with because they all gotta be connected somehow, but leaving these big gaps like that, it can be interesting, or it can make them look a little empty. And like, number 18, I'm sorry, I don't like you very much, baby. Number 19 is actually a design I love. I love him as he stands alone, just by himself, apart from everything. He feels like one of the more distinct and, you know, well-designed ones I've made, I guess. I don't know what it is about him, but there's just something about him. He's lovely. My favorite detail about him is probably his little square chest. I don't know why, but it's a unique little thing about him, and he's lovely. And I wish that he hadn't run away from home. Number 20 is another one of my favorites. Where have they all gone? Number 20 is a very simple little design as it stands. He sort of looks like a strange seal, question mark. He has that lovely fur collar I always draw. The unique thing is that he's one of like the first times I've ever used pencil while doing it, and drew a little messy circle and then put the eyelids on top of it. And I love those little messy circle eyes. I've been doing that a lot more. You're going to see that in Gen 2 quite a bit. And I look at him, you know, he's so tired. He's like a teenager just woke up from a nap. And even though his body and other things like that feels a bit generic and a little empty design-wise, just his face, you know? Ah, him face. So, number 21 is Claudia. She is named. We can kind of do this at this angle to try and appreciate her hands a bit more, because she has a lot of hands, but the glare is a bit high, so let's turn that down. Is that going to help it? Ugh, lighting. I live in such a weird house. So, she has a bunch of these hands, as we can see here. She has actually a set of 6 arms. I think her 6 arms came out very nicely, and she has this lovely movement. She's very feminine, and obviously I use a lot of the pink and blue colors because that's what I had at the time. But I also remember giving her like this big bow and this big tail kind of bow because she is sort of like a little flying centipede monster, and I thought it would be cute if she was also just very feminine, and her name is Claudia. When I was making these guys, I was pretty much just watching Doctor Who or rewatching Doctor Who with my friend Abby. Abby is a real mad lad, and I wish her the best, whatever her bizarre... She's always getting to some very strange things. Love you, Abby. And she was in my painting class, and she's a very good artist and was doing a great job painting while I was making all these guys. And so she named 1 or 2 of them, and this one she named Claudia, and I don't remember anything else about how that came to be, but that is her name, and it suits her perfectly. 22 is also missing. I don't understand. Yeah, I keep saying that. There's no point on saying it. She is, again, I have the blue and pink, was pretty much just the color scheme I had at the time, and I really like the blue and pink color scheme. It's strong. It makes them kind of feel a bit more connected when they do share the color scheme so much, even though I love having more colors now. I feel like 22, it's happened a couple times. I have some other ones who fit this. Definitely, I was feeling really bad. I think I was, like, feeling extremely depressed, and I wanted to kind of make one that was very depressed, basically. And I've done that more than once. We'll see a couple ones that I definitely remember being in distress when I made them. You know, she's very cute. I don't have the biggest artist description of her. I like her little horns. Her horns feel much more like they're like little party hats, which I like. And she is sad looking, so she does probably capture about how I felt at the time. And I mean, isn't that the point of art? 23 is an experiment who doesn't show up on camera pretty much at all. 23, here we go. I can hold 23 up quite a bit, and you basically can get the idea, even though it doesn't show up too well. He is made of graph paper. So the back of him is very graphy, and he's actually one of the few who looks good from the back overall. Like, there's a couple overlaps from where it's glued on, overlaps, but he actually looks pretty cool from the back, which is rare. But yeah, he's just graph paper, and then I don't remember what this yellow paper is, but it looks like just lined school paper. And yeah, it was just an experiment where I wanted to try with different materials. And I did try with different materials, and I don't like it a lot. In person, he looks a little stronger, but overall, like, the graph paper is just too faint, and it's also too see-through that it kind of makes him have this strange, ghostly, overlapping look. It's a bit messy. This is 24. 24 to me is... 24 kind of looks like an alien advisor. I feel like he's... Yeah, I feel like he's trying to give advice and always sucking up to some sort of alien overlord. That's the very distinctive feeling I get about this one. And we have a lot of the ones here. I will say with Generation 1 is that I really do still like a lot of them. I like the decisions I made. I like their shapes and their colors and things like that. They are not as diverse as Generation 2. And the lighting is really messing with me right now. That's cool. But yeah, so it means I have a little bit less to comment about what I was thinking, because with a lot of these old ones, first of all, I don't remember it that well, and second of all, they kind of share very similar design motifs that I've kind of already covered as a decision. But yeah, I like him. He does look like he's, I think, pathetic. He looks competent, but he's really pathetic. He's sucking up to some alien overlord and trying to assure them that, like, everything's okay, but really he's having, like, a nervous breakdown. And that is number 24. 25 is absolutely one of my favorites. I don't really think I have an all-time favorite of any of the ones I've made, but 25 is called Wormwood, but with, like, W-U-R-M instead of the proper spelling. And I just really like Wormwood. I mean, look at them. They have this... I don't really know what to say about the design. I just really like the design. I really like how I did the... rather than having full halos here, these sort of handles, like you're gonna kind of reach your hand underneath and pick them up by the back like a bag, is very charming to me. We have this sort of body type that I've talked about before and I've done a few times, which is the sort of spectral four-legged creature where they're not quite walking. It's much more better if you imagine they're floating and their legs are dangling. One hand is usually doing like some sort of, you know, limp-wristed something, while the legs are a lot more spread out like that. And I've done that a few times. This is one of the ones where I feel like it looks the most kind of natural, and that peacefulness is really nice. I also enjoy doing this with the neck, having long necks that you mark with like lines like that. I think that's always fun. And yeah, Wormwood is totally one of my absolute top ones that I have. It's simple and it's effective. This is 26. 26 is sort of a scorpion squirrel, I want to say. The tail for this one is broken, but it's actually broken on purpose, which I feel rude not repairing it, but it's because, you can probably guess this, it doesn't fit correctly in the container. I guess if I maybe did it like this, it would, but it's much better when it's supposed to be like that, where it's a much larger arc, basically. You get that lovely negative space there. And yeah, so I had to separate part of the tail very gently so that I could store him properly. As it goes, I think that it was ambitious of me to do a very long tail like this. It's fun to do a tail like this. Something about his face I distrust. Something about his body is really lacking. I think he needs a bit more embellishment as it was. He doesn't have much pizzazz. Instead, he's basically like a wasteland wanderer, kind of, and he's gonna... I don't know if he's gonna steal your water. He might kill you for your water, kind of wasteland wanderer, you know? I wouldn't really trust this guy with a gun if it came down to it. And yeah, you know, there were some bold ideas here. I don't think that he's worth, you know, bringing out of the lab, you know? Number 27 is one of my absolute favorites. I remember doing him. He's one of the ones I didn't sketch beforehand. I think that around this rough chronology, again, they're not quite in the correct order, we're going to see a lot of ones that I didn't actually plan at all ahead of time, and number 27, aka Clyde, is one of them. This is Clyde. I love Clyde so much. Clyde was one of my favorites at the time and still is in my top. His little teeth don't show up very well. They show up obviously a lot better in person, but we have this weird lighting sitch. And he has little fangs, and I made him up as I went along, and I thought, okay, we have a deer. He's a vampire deer. He's a vampire deer with a cape. He's looking at his wristwatch, and he's in jeans. And that was it. It's sheer simplicity, and he's beautiful. You know, like, what is his life? What is Clyde's life, you know? I can't really imagine Clyde's life, but I know that he's a vampire deer wearing a cape, shirtless, I guess, some blue jeans, and he's checking his wristwatch. I don't know what he's late for, if he's on time for something, what he's up to, but absolutely, I love Clyde so much. Clyde was also named by my friend Abby. I mentioned it before, basically, my little archive, I'm gonna have to add them, but it'll mess up my whole system. My little archive website basically just doesn't have, I think because I never scanned them, any of these guys, and they're all Gen 1, but they haven't been properly archived, meaning we're gonna call them guy number A, B, C, and D. So if in the comments or whatever, if you want to talk about them, guy A, B, C, and D. And we'll have also F and G in a second. So yeah, I don't know. I just didn't scan these guys, I guess, at the time. I know this was one of the last ones I made, and I just never got around to scanning them properly. I didn't have pictures, so when I was putting together the website, I forgot about them entirely, which is a little rude. This one here looks way too much like I just cut out a drawing, which is, I really like them, but I definitely wish that it was clearer that it's paper and it's layered paper, because when you look at it, it just sort of looks like a very carefully cut out, admittedly, drawing, when this is a bunch of layered paper where each section has been, lined. The next one here, again, this is probably one of the last ones I made. I really do like this design. And yeah, it's just sort of an Illuminati cheerleading harpy creature, but I really quite like her. And she's just cool. I kind of wish that I properly put her anywhere, so that's guy number B, I guess. I hate this little guy, which always feels rude to say. I like the idea behind it. I want to do more limbs, and this guy here, he has the 6 pairs of limbs. He has that sort of long, almost centaur body, but ending in this spirity tail. He has the halos. So many elements I like. I think it's just maybe the face or something that just really rubs me the wrong way. And, oh gosh. Yeah, he just doesn't do it for me. And lastly, this one, who is, head just fell off. I will repair him in a moment. This one here is okay. I think, again, I keep returning to the idea that I should make them more angelic looking and more like actual angels. And so we end up with another one whose whole thing is basically just a bunch of feathers and wings. And I still don't feel like I've nailed it at this point. Something, again, it almost works, but it's just a bit too messy. This is like my ongoing pursuit, is to apparently just do one of these guys who is like only a mess of wings and actually looks good. Okay, so slight change of positioning here. I mean, you can't tell that the positioning has changed, but it has. And do we want to hear why?
Hi, I'm here now. I finished work.
Yeah.
It's me, Emma.
Yes, Emma, my flatmate, is here and has witnessed the creation of a lot of the Gen 2 ones, not the Gen 1 ones. And I don't really know if that's going to impact your ability to talk about them at all. Probably not. You probably won't remember where any of them are.
I'm looking forward to looking at some guys.
Yeah, but you have technically seen me make these during You're the One hosting D&D when I'm making a lot of them.
Yeah, but I don't get to see them as much because I'm busy running the game.
I always hold them up at the end.
You do always give little pictures on the group chat.
I put a picture in the group chat and I hold them up so that everyone can look at show and tell. Anyways, we have basically 1 or 2 left, which are my oversized guys, as you can tell. I mean, look at this guy. He's actually in 2 parts because he's too big and doesn't really fit, and he has a speech bubble. And I don't know why. I mean, I liked making this guy, and in fact, I rather like his design, but he's too big, and that was a mistake.
No, it's not a mistake.
He doesn't fit anywhere. I have to keep him in this old box that all of the other ones used to sit in. He's been damaged with time. I don't know what's wrong with his fingers. It's also worth saying he has a speech bubble too, which is an interesting design touch. I kind of like the idea of putting a speech bubble on one of these guys. It's very much like you have to be then like he should be framed and on display, because otherwise the speech bubble's a little weird, I guess. But it's built in with him, and you cannot see the lettering at all.
It's not like you could read it anyway, so
no,
it's
you
fine.
can't. I'm going to hold it up a bit so you can see. So, doesn't knock the camera too much. So that's my own made-up script, basically, which I made about the time I was making all of these. I was probably like 16 or whatever, and it is just a 1-1 language script, but it's quite fun, and I like doing it. I very luckily the other day did translate what these say, because I used to be able to read it on site, my own language, and then I forgot it over the years, and I had to look it up and check. And I wrote it on the back, so we're going to awkwardly flip him over. Also, again, the behind the scenes. It's very Five Nights at Freddy's in a way.
It is. It's the teeth that does it.
It's the very mechanical way that you flip it over and then you can just really see the jagged teeth. So what this guy is saying is, it's written here, Hell is us and hell is home. Oh, how lovely. So that's what he's saying. I was surprised because a lot of the time when I make these things and I will write this in a decorative way, I usually write gibberish or I'm writing something like fuck you or whatever. Because nobody else knows what it says and basically the text looks quite pretty.
Yeah.
And so it's like, who cares? But no, luckily this guy and the other guy who also has a speech bubble are saying some fancy things. Yeah, I quite like him. He obviously was meant to, one of the later ones I made, he was meant to be on like display. And I don't think he ever got to be on display because he's so ungainly. So let's move him aside.
I feel like he needs to be wrapped around an orb.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Well, we all wish we were. So the second one here, this guy is interesting. His tail seems to be a bit undone. There's his tail. His head is totally the wrong size. It's interesting because obviously it's not like I play heavy with proportions when I do these.
Yeah, we're not really going for anatomical correctness.
No, but his head is huge.
It is
and
big.
I don't mind often when the head is too big, because most of my guys have big heads, but like this guy here, it's like the neck is way too, it looks a bit off. I think that I make the head first pretty much always when I make these, and I was probably thinking I'd make the body a lot bigger and I didn't. I do like his idea for the body. I like he has little socks, but then he has big claws. It also is one of the first times I use hand-drawn eyes like this. Most of the time I used to make them out of like paper, and now I do a lot of them. I will say, what Pokemon does he remind you of? Because I'm pretty sure it's intentional.
God, you're not really going to test me on Pokemon
Okay,
right
sorry.
here,
It
right
looks
now.
a lot like Arceus to me.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that I did that on purpose because I have a grudge against Arceus. I don't know why I would have made something, shaped like Arceus if I have a grudge against him. Maybe it was just to
You're just like, I'll make a better Arceus.
just to best him in some way.
Okay.
And I have a huge grudge against Arceus, and what if I just don't expand on that? Anyways, so he has a speech bubble too, and as we can see, it is here. I don't fully know how this was meant to fit with him, because it's definitely, right side up is this way, which is a bit confusing because his mouth is there. So I think he probably did it like this, I want to say. I don't fully remember at all. But yes, he has his own little speech bubble. I'll hold it up so you can see my fun little text. And this one says, "I am not a devil, sir."
He's not a devil, sir.
I mean, he's saying it so politely.
Yeah.
I did the translating yesterday, and I was like, so that's what that says. Because I really had totally forgotten. Right, so moving right in, this is my first one of Gen 2. He's not the first chronologically, I'll point it out when that guy's there, but again, we're going kind of just by my archive at Monstrous Divinity, and this is the first one of Gen 2 that shows up there, who is number 28. And I really like him.
Yeah, he's fun.
Yeah, he's just this fun bird, lit snake, I don't know what they are. I have to face the microphone a little bit more, even though I do project quite a bit. As we can tell, I do the hand-drawn eyes, but I'm actually using marker. A couple of the times I did hand-drawn eyes before, it was usually like a pretty bad thing. This is like, it's just a pretty cheap marker, but it's still better than nothing. This guy actually is a really nice kind of transition between the differences I do in like the two generations. Because I have a lot of these rings and things, but you can confirm having seen them, I do a lot more really crazy design things in my much more newer ones.
Yeah.
So I started doing it again, making paper guys this year? I think this year.
Yeah,
I think it was
probably.
this spring. I just sort of, I've done it like once or twice over the years, but basically like this spring.
It was after America, because we found
It was
all your
after
old
America.
ones.
Yeah, that's it. After America, we went to America, which is where I'm from, to the place that we live now, which is not America. And you might be able to guess, because I've definitely mentioned it. And we've basically got all of my old guys out, and I was just thinking about them and how it was really fun to do, and I was like, I could do that, and I enjoyed doing it again, basically, is the short of it. And that means that the time difference between that again is about 8 years, 7 years, which is insane. And I have apparently gotten better at art, so they're just a bit better constructed overall. It's also true that I start using much stronger paper, which means that it's easier to cut, and it's a lot more reliable to do pretty much anything with. And yeah, this guy here, number 38. 39 is... Hello, here's number 39.
What a guy.
What a guy. That's the review. What a guy is, he's very Valentine's to me. It's the color palette.
Because of the pinks and the reds.
I think on purpose I was thinking when I was picking the color palette, because at this point I have way more colors to choose from. When I was originally doing it, I only had like a couple pastels. But I had color palettes at this point, and I was like, I'll make a Valentine's one of my red, pink, white, and lighter pink. And he isn't Valentine's themed otherwise, but...
Yeah, there's a lack of hearts.
Yeah, and I do like hearts. I definitely make ones with hearts. But he's a little bug. This is meant to be little pincers, though looking at him now, I can kind of see how it might look like a necklace or a pretty much anything.
No, I can kind of see it being
It's meant
like
to be little bug
mandibles.
pincers.
I
Yeah,
was thinking
mandibles.
maybe like tusks.
Yeah, it's meant to be pincers, and these are just big old horns, like water buffalo horns,
yeah.
which I quite like. Moving right on, because we don't have to stay too long on any of them.
I do like this guy.
This is one of my favorites.
I love his eye. It's demented.
Yeah, well, this is how I legit draw the eyes usually. So I've mentioned this. This is an eye deer, my friendly little friends. And one of the body types I usually do the bipedal ones, which you've seen. I do the four-legged ones, which are much more deer-shaped. And then I often will do ones that are shaped like a snake or like I like to think of like a ghost tail sort of thing. This guy is, not quite a snake, but not quite how I do a ghost tail, which would usually be a bit more winding. But he sure is a deer, and you can't deny that. Look at that. Just like a deer.
Yeah.
Just like deer.
Just like deer with their tails.
Just like deer, with just like their tails. Yeah, no, this is an early one I did, for sure, and...
I like his little tongue, his little teeth.
Yeah, he has a little tongue, he's doing a little blep, but he does have sharp fangs. And, yeah, the hand-drawn actually using marker lining for this, I've been doing that a lot more, and I really like how it feels. The very simple two-toned eye color stuff I used to do is also really nice. I also like it, but I just enjoy the expressiveness, and I wanted to make a huge, giant eye, and I've often drawn them like this in paper, and this lets me bring some more of the paper to, you know, my sharp little friend. And also, look at his little back. Look at all those spikes. See? He's been very shy about being picked up. This is 31, and as you can probably tell, he is made of reflective material. Yes. I didn't have access to that as a teen, but now...
You're an adult.
I had money when I was a teen, but I just only used, like, paper scraps. I wasn't out buying... I didn't make it myself. And, like, the one time I made one at home, I made one for Clementine, I took paper from the classroom and just took it home with me and did it there. Like, I wasn't spending any of my hard-earned wages that could be spent on 3DS games, DS games, whatever, when I could just, you know, steal it. But no, I've bought reflective paper, and I use it in a couple places. I really love the reflective paper. Black and gold is my favorite color combination by far. I have an insane amount of black and gold stuff.
You do. You have a lot of black and gold dresses.
I have like
your favorite.
I have like 3 black and gold dresses. I have like a black and gold bolio. You know, I have tons of things like that.
It's a good aesthetic.
It's my favorite color combination, and it just looks so cool. And so when I got some gold, I was like, ooh, I'm making a black one. And, yeah, the stars are extremely wonky, but I think he's overall quite charming. Despite the deer antlers, he makes me think more of like a goat. I think it's the ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know. Again, I call them deer, and they're deer if I say they're deer, but this guy doesn't actually read deer to me.
Yeah.
And he has a little turkey tail, which is interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on. Sort of like a sad dog with a turkey tail and antlers to me.
I don't think he's sad. I think he's
Well, I think it depends
special.
on where you're deciding his eyes and such are.
This would be maybe the eye, I think. I think this is maybe
Yeah,
the
see,
eye.
I'm putting it at the bit in the middle, which is why he looks kind of sad to me.
This?
Yeah, that bit being the eyes and nose.
Oh, I
So
see.
when
The
you do that,
eyes
he looks
and then
quite
the nose.
sad because he's like looking down.
And he has a big hat?
Yeah, sure.
What do you think the top bit is?
I don't know.
Huh.
Magic.
Yeah, I mean, he's very magical. And, yes, this is 31, and very special boy. It's fine, he's back. 32 is one of my I'm gonna say absolute faves a lot, and I've said it a lot already, but I think 32 turned out fantastic, and I'm really into it. He's sort of a crocodile licorice robot is what I'm gonna go with.
Yeah, it gives me sort of Egyptian god vibes, I think just because of the crocodile motif.
Yeah, I mean, crocodile's a strong word. I don't think this is even that crocodilian. It's just sort of like, it's a mouth. I like the notion, too, that these are just like this is the 2 eyes, these are the 3 eyes, and maybe he has a little tiny mouth hidden under the scarf, and these are just the side accessories.
They're fake mouths.
Maybe they're real mouths, but they're just like the side mouths.
Yeah.
I like to imagine he has a teeny little, I could draw a little smiley face, but it would ruin him. I really like, I've mentioned this before, but one of my favorite things to do is give a very strong, like, you know, lower bit, top bit, and then doing very thin lines to connect them like this. Doing a bunch of it like this, and it looks very much like cables to me, basically. That's what it thought of to me. So he kind of feels robot-y, but also a lot like a secretary to me.
Yeah, it's the pencil skirt.
Yeah, pencil skirt. We have this very sharp, like, power, I don't know the technical term, line here.
It's
like,
a V-neck.
It's a V-neck, yes. But
it's like a plunging one.
Yeah, but like it's sort of what I'd imagine a blazer a businesswoman in the 80s would wear. Like it'd have a very distinctive sharp V on it, you know, stand out bold. And also these really pointy high shoes.
They are powerful shoes.
Yeah, it's very much like this is actually a secretary god robot crocodile creature, which I enjoy. I mean, I keep saying secretary, business boss babe.
This is a girl boss.
That was 32. This here is 33. 33. I really like 33. I'm going to say this a lot. 33 is...
It's a little guy.
Little guy is a really great one. Did he kill someone?
Well, he's got the little tear.
Oh, he does have a little tear, you're right. Yeah, I don't think he killed anybody. Maybe he's sad. Who knows, frankly. This is one of the first times I had a knife to work with, and like an X-Acto knife. I usually just use cheap scissors.
I was going to say, I'm liking the little
so
details
he has,
that are engraved
he has
in.
cutouts, and he has engraved ears, which are almost certainly not going to show up on camera. I will kind of vaguely wave them in there to see if you can catch a glimpse, but you probably won't. Yeah. But anyways, there's very thin, like, engravings of the knife not cutting the paper, and there's lines on the ears here, and then along his side, he has, like, a long line like that. So it's just sort of having fun with having a proper knife. The triangle here, good triangle. This triangle, bad triangle.
Yeah, okay, one of them is definitely more triangle than the other,
no, this one didn't go well, but I don't care. One thing about this one, first of all, he looks very instructional. He looks like he is a teacher.
Okay, yeah.
I think the way he has this confident posture, he's pointing... Teacher. That's what this screams to me.
He's teaching me how to murder.
Secondly, I think that this is meant to look like blood splash.
Yeah, has he been decapitated?
Yes, I think so.
Mid-lecture.
Maybe. Well, his head is still attached, but, like, maybe he was decapitated a while ago and it got frozen in time or something. Basically, this was meant to look like a bit of blood splatter, and he's been cut off like that. I don't really know why, I just decide to do things, okay? But I think he's special. I think that about most of them.
Apart from the ones you don't love.
There's some of them I don't love. This is 34. 34 is, I think, my smallest one.
He's so small.
He's very little.
I forgot how small he is.
I don't like how small he is because
he's perfect.
He gets his own page in the book.
And he deserves
and
it.
He's just alone there. I do really like him, though, because this is a design that I had when I was a tiny child.
Aww.
I have another one that I did, which we'll get to eventually, who is also a really old design of mine. This guy here, I designed when I was like, probably middle schooler, but maybe a little younger. So probably like 11, I want to say.
Don't look at me. I don't know your school system.
I don't know why I'm looking at you. Anyways, yeah, I made him a while ago because basically one of my special interests, oh my gosh, it was in 5th grade probably, which means I would have been like 9? So probably when I was like 9 or 10, which is a really old design. And by the way, for a design by a kid, if I may say, he's kind of cool.
I like him. Stripey.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I had a special interest for virtual pet sites.
And your Neopets and stuff.
Neopets, but also all the other ones. I joined every single pet site. I would search virtual pet site, and I joined every single one of them, and I would not play all of them. I would just sort of play them like I was going to review them, but I also didn't review them. And also I did this during school time, because I was a special kid. In that...
you have ADHD, and it was undiagnosed.
No, well, yeah, but that's not exactly why I was allowed to, but basically I was pretty often allowed to in 5th grade take one of the old computer carts and like sit on my own and then the teacher wouldn't check up on me, so I would just join virtual pet sites and do that.
Fair
I didn't
enough.
have like home computer use as a kid, so I just got on that, you know?
Yeah.
And it was very fun. But anyways, the reason this guy's related is that I then started making up my own virtual pet site. I forget what they were called, and I forget what this guy's name originally was, but he was one of the, like, pet concepts. I don't know how you'd color him or change him anyway.
No, you don't change him. He's perfect.
But in pet sites, you're supposed to, like, change them in some way. Like, you have, like, paintbrushes and Neopets so they can turn into, like, a red or a royal or something. He just stays exactly the same.
No, he's perfect.
The one thing I remember is that I did produce my own fake newsletter for the virtual pet site.
Beautiful.
Called The Orange. It was called The Orange for some reason, and it had some comics in it, basically, set in the virtual pet site that didn't exist. Yeah, I don't really understand, but you know what? It was
You were
one of
having
those-
fun.
It was a special interest, okay? Next up is 35. Double checks, yes. Hello, 35.
This is one of my faves.
35 is also one of my faves. 35, I was talking about the ideas and how some of them are kind of snake body. This is what I mean by snake body. It's a snake body. It's a very satisfying little shape to make where you just sort of make this L and then this is a separate line here with the tail. And it's very easy then to do the layering, which I really enjoy. One of the reasons I wanted to take it out besides glare to film this is because then I can show like, the 3D, the layering. You can really kind of appreciate that more when you're actually touching them. They're really nice to touch. But yes.
Wahaha.
Yes.
Touches.
Yes. Thank you. But anyways, he's just lovely. He's a very quintessential design on that, in that he's pretty much how I've drawn these things for years. But I think he just turned out very well. He's quite expressive in that he looks completely uninterested in anything you're doing. He's a bit judgmental.
Yeah, I feel like a sort of like judgmental gasp of like an old lady. I think it's the tail that does it,
yeah.
of like having like a handkerchief going like to hide your expression.
Fanning the face.
Yeah.
This just looks more like a tired retail worker who's like tired of like a customer's walked in at closing and like is already grabbing like 10
definitely
things.
giving the stink eye.
Yeah, that's sort of how I feel. But yeah, no, a nice mix here of using the pen for detailing and much more solid chunky bits, and just I really find him satisfying, I think. Number 36 is, God, a lot of these are my favorites, but don't worry because I hate 39. So here is 36. It might be 37 I hate. We'll see. This is 36. 36 I also very much like. 36, as you can tell, is using some more reflective material, which captures on camera and that you can tell it's reflective, but isn't really quite the same quality as seeing in person.
They're doing the splits.
No, this is just how they're sitting, but I guess it is a split.
Yeah.
This is another one of those poses that I would go back to when making these guys, when I would draw them, is this very, like, strong, straight-legged split, I guess. It's usually more of a kneel, but you can't see the legs, and the proportions are off in this one. But usually it's more of a kneel like that. But it's very horizontal because when you do paper like this, it works better if they stand out alone rather than overlapping too much. That's basically why. But she just kind of seemed to be doing a split. And yeah, I like the eyes here are, of course, all pen. The shiny pearls, I often will give them like little circles like that when I'm doing it on paper. And I don't really know. It's just, I do these art habits and I've just been in them for ages. I don't know what to tell you.
They're fun.
But it's fun. And I don't really have anything negative to say about her. I think she's precious. She has lovely little silver fangs. I like her horn caps. And she has a little bug antenna, which I don't do very often. I knock the camera slightly, but it's okay. Except now you can see this cord in the top corner.
It's
oh
been
no.
there for a little bit. I'm sorry to tell you this.
Whatever. Moving on to number 37. Yeah, I hate 37. Oh, you can't even defend 37.
Can't I?
I don't like 37.
Okay, yeah, to be fair, they're not my favourite.
Yeah, 37 has some good ideas, but just didn't work. And sometimes I do think I could recreate 37 because there's some good ideas to 37. So let's look at 37.
You can make 37 better.
37, I don't think I could improve it as it is, but I could take the same ideas and just do it better. Because the top here is
snake arms.
Yeah, so we have the hands are snakes. There are 2 more snakes coming out of the pocket. That's fun. The socks are the one thing that I think turned out very well.
Yeah, I do like the little cutout details.
Like, they're a bit rough again, the camera won't focus very well, but they're a bit rough, but they are these tiny little cutouts of it right against there rather than just gluing tiny ones on. And that adds an extra kind of shadow effect to it, which is nice. So I like the socks. There's this green dress here. It could be a bit better, but this is meant to be like a flower. The face, this is sort of meant to be like ears, like long loping ears. And the head, this is supposed to be a flower blossom, but it doesn't look anything like a flower blossom.
No, it looks more like a hat.
Yeah, like you can kind of, when I show it up here, you can see what I was doing, but it just didn't manifest looking like a flower.
No,
additionally,
it's too tall.
Yeah, additionally, you can see I did this green layering, so there's actually like 2 different layers below, but it doesn't stand out very much, like pretty much none at all, even to the eye from here.
Yeah.
Which means you kind of lose the effect. Also, I don't like the eye. This is an eye, by the way.
Okay.
This is
I was doing it as a nose and a little mouth, but yeah, sure.
No, I hate it with the nose and a little mouth. I think that looks bad. But no, I often do eyes like closed like this.
Yeah.
So this is a closed eye. I mean, look at the champ over here. But it just doesn't read that well, and it doesn't fit right. This is an eyebrow, by the way.
Ah.
It's a tiny little dot of an eyebrow, which I sometimes add.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
So she just screams of failed potential to me. I don't know how much potential she has, but she just doesn't do it for me. And so 37 is officially disowned. I'm still keeping her though. She's staying in her little box though, you know. This is 38. 38 is so cool.
I do like 38.
At this point, somewhere around this point, this is chronological. I'm not 100% where, but at a certain point I started with the website and uploading it in a chronological order properly. And if so, I mean, I bounced back from 37 really hard because 38 is very cool. I made the head first because I usually make the head first. And the head, I really like the idea. This is a double layered pink thing, as you can probably tell. There you go. With the gold halo, because I wanted to get back to the angel roots a bit more.
Always gotta get back to the angel roots.
Yeah. The eye thing, a lot like Reggie Gygus, like Reggie.
Yeah,
the
I was
Reggies
gonna
from
say,
Pokemon.
the head is very sort of Reggie.
Yeah.
And then we have the cool...
Yeah, so I did the head, and I didn't know what I'd do for the body, because at this point, I definitely am not sketching any of them out. And so I just sort of improvised the neck, and I was like, that's cool. And then they wound up being this really sick, hip person.
Yeah.
You know, dressed in these I love giant boots. I love red shorts. You know, these sick bracelets. Way too long limbs. I definitely pictured when I first started it, this was going to be more of a monster shape, not a dude shape. But I really like how it turned out.
Yeah, I like him as a dude.
Yeah, no, I think that he's lovely. I still think his head shape is just very cool. I'll hold him up again to stare at him in a little bit closer, but, you know, once you see him, you know? He's a little guy.
He's a little guy.
They're all little guys. Okay, next up is 39. 39, again, absolute
Slaps.
banger, okay?
I do love 39.
39 is one of those designs that I'm super, super into. I say this about so many of them. Remember 37? I hated 37, so I'm not just bragging here about how much I love my designs. This one here is 39. 39,
I love all the little teeth and the little tongues.
he has little teeth. Each one of the faces has a lot of expression. I basically decided I wanted to do something with as many mouths as possible. I think that maybe I asked you for an idea or somebody, and you suggested that because of my D&D character Taros.
Yeah,
who is
lots of mouths.
Who is like a mouth demon-y kind of guy. And I was like, okay, I'll make a funky shape, and then I'll make every single deep little curve into a mouth. And I think it turned out really well. I love his little horn. I think that that's really charming, and his tail that is also a little one. This is not the first time... Oop, hello. This is not the first time I've done this sort of like bow down the middle. My dexterity.
It's okay, I'll do it.
I'm failing all the checks. There you go. So this is not the first time I've done one of these little bow things. And I just think it's kind of cute. It's when I was talking too about how I often will do ones that are very person-shaped, and often give them like really distinctly human shapely legs or like a very thin waist in a way. A lot of the times when I do the sort of human silhouette, it's because I like to contrast that with all the weird monster stuff. And rather than making him seem like he's just a monster that you'd run into in a D&D dreamscape, giving him like a little bow like that that's clearly hand-tied implies that he's much more of like, he's just a dude. Like,
he's a guy.
He probably tied himself. He's wearing
clothes.
clothes. Yeah. So it's one of the reasons that I often will give them little human accessories, because to me, none of these guys basically are like non-sentient creatures, except for maybe like this guy. But
no, that thing's a menace.
I mean, he's a menace, but I think he's a menace like a monkey or something. Like, I don't think that he's, you know.
I don't know. I think that's a little trickster imp.
Yeah, I don't think he's thinking too hard, you know. But no, I think most of them are definitely they're guys. They're little people, and so I like to give them little human-y touches like that to contrast the monster bits and also be like, no, it's like this is a dude. Speaking of dudes. Number 40.
The best dude.
Oh, I love number 40. Number 40 is, and we have a couple of these, not strictly an original monster guy. He's not like a angel, what are they called? They're called like monster angels. I usually call them monster angels or whatever. Yeah, he's not one of those. He is my design. I do have a couple things of fan art, which we will see at some point, but he's actually a character from something I'm writing. And I haven't written that in friggin' ages because I've been so busy with so many things, including YouTube, that I really need to get back into it. But his name is Vassal, and he is a character in, last video I talked about One Dead Girl a tiny bit.
Two Dead Girls.
No, it's not called Two Dead Girls. But he's a character in the sequel.
Two Dead Girls.
And I basically had like... I had the most specific dream where I was like deeply in love with the creatures from the Fallen London universe.
Yeah, you love those bats.
I love those bats. They're called curators. That's their official species name. And Fallen London has some of the most amazing lore. Maybe I just do a video just talking about how good the lore is there because it's insane. Devils are bees. You know, there's giant space crabs, suns are gods, and light is law. It's such a good universe. And there are these four-winged giant bat people called curators, and they also run London in the Fallen London universe at one point, and they're called like the Masters there, and they're very cool. And I had a dream where I was just like deeply emotionally in love with one of these bat guys from the game.
Makes sense.
And then I like woke up and I was like, we need more bat people in the world. I feel like I'm saying like I was dream converted to being a bat furry.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Not quite, but I just basically was like, I want to make a cool bat guy. And so when I was writing the sequel to One Dead Girl, which I'm not that far in, I was like, let me add a character who is a fantasy species, because it's a fantasy world that has some like fantasy kinds of people.
Yeah, I'm a fan of him, both as his design and in the book so far, until he inevitably betrays me.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. No spoilers. But yeah, no, he's just cool. He is a giant bat. He can... I'm still working on a lot of it. He's very polite. He comes from a mysterious place for mysterious purposes, and may or may not work with devils, may or may not be like an angel. Who knows?
Who's to say?
Yeah, who's to say? No, that's a later one. Here's number 41.
Oh, I'm so stressed.
41 is incredibly
What
stressed.
happened to 41?
Yeah, 41, he has interesting teeth. I will say that. Yeah. Different teeth than I usually do it. So 41 was definitely one of those ones who I made when I was stressed myself. I don't remember why, but I definitely more than once. I pointed one out earlier before you were, when you were working. And once or twice I definitely made some where I was just like feeling really bad, so I wanted to make one who was distressed in some way, which sounds like I want to inflict their suffering, but I don't know. I don't like him at all.
He gives me like Undertale vibes. I think it's the expression, because they have like when they're stressed, they have really odd faces when they're like stressed about something, and I think that's where it's coming from.
Yeah, I don't like him. This is meant to be like a little scarf, and then he has a different little scarf. He's not bad, but he's also I just don't vibe with him very well.
That's fair.
Yeah, he's a disappointment, I'll say, which is the last thing he needs to hear.
Yeah, no, he's so stressed.
He's already so stressed, but this is the last thing, this is 41 needs to hear, but I don't like him very much. So, moving on to 42. Here's iconic. 42. 42 is super iconic. 42 is a little cat witch, a little Nico Mata, because of the split tail. This one here is very cute, very simple, and doesn't really match with a lot of my other ones, I'll say.
Yeah, it is quite different, but I really like it.
I think she's super cute.
I love the two-toned.
Yeah, she has the little trickster boots. The tail has that nice little kind of two-tone 3D thing, as well as, this fun thing. I think that she looks a lot like Cat Crumb on Tumblr, who does those really, you've definitely seen the art. They're these sort of silly little doodles of cats, basically. And this one kind of reminds me of their art. I can't remember off the top of my head how true that is, but definitely doesn't mix with everybody else as much, but I really think is quite charming. I love the little trickster witch kitty.
Her.
Yeah,
she's lovely.
Okay, so that was 42. 42, as I say. I like to number them because I told people to do this. If people successfully watch this whole thing, you can name the number of the guy to discuss them, and you also can name them because most of them don't have names.
Yeah, most of them are numbers.
If you leave a comment with one, if there's multiple people doing it, I'll pick my favorite, but there's so many of them, you have a really good chance of getting in there, and then I will name them, because a lot of them aren't named. So this is 43. 43 is one of those ones where I make it up as I go along.
It's Illuminati dog.
Illuminati business dog, specifically. He's a tie. He's dressed for
You're
work.
Right.
And he has
does
an evil
have a tie
cloak.
And a cloak.
The metallic material, again, is a little rough on camera. As you can see, though, it's gold and silver. The head, the eye obscures a lot of it, but it's actually layered, so you can't really see it from the back, but it's progressively smaller triangles.
Can confirm.
Which I thought was a really cool thing. It was a bit rough to do because I had to use the X-Acto knife, which can be actually jagged and more messy sometimes than the scissors. And it also was rough to do just because it's rough to do. Foil paper like this is cool, but it's extremely sensitive, and thus like a nail or anything sharp can cause a pretty much permanent mark. You also can really easily smudge it severely, and if it's cut in the wrong way, it'll make these kind of, he has it on the boots a lot, these little sort of, these little dents or darts, which are just a little bit imperfected, and that's why I love the foil, but I hate the foil and working with it. I don't usually mind too much. I'm not a perfectionist. I think it's just fun to do it, and it adds a little homegrown touch to it to be like, yeah, no, somebody did make this, and it's not perfect, but I did make him.
Yeah.
But no, I don't know what I was thinking. I originally made the head, and I was like, what if I did interlocking like layers of a triangle, and then I did something cool, and instead I made a business dog, villain business Illuminati dog. And I actually absolutely love him. I think he's wonderful. He's very special to me. Intersecting, this is gold, silver boots. He's charming. He's lovely. And he has an important board meeting today, so wish him well. And that's 43. 44 I also don't like.
No, how could you say this to 44?
44 doesn't need it. 44 does need it, sorry. 44 really needs the assurance.
No, I love his mouth.
His mouth is special.
It's very cool.
So this is one of those ones, as you can see from here, that is a lot of cuts, and they're actually some of my neatest cuts, because I'm not great with the X-Acto knife, but these are very clear triangles, which is nice. And I basically wanted to do something where I had a big mouth, and I wanted it to be a open mouth like that, so the translucent is there. The mouth is cool. I kind of wish it could be better, and I like the legs, but something about it just doesn't quite come together for me, which is sad because I like the initial concept of it.
I really like the mouth. I was like, I'd probably like him more if it wasn't for the deer head. Like, if you got rid of that bit, I think it's stronger.
Yeah,
as a guy.
It
but,
is.
No, I love the mouth.
I wanted to do like a stomach mouth specifically, so that would require something above it. But it definitely is better if I just cover that up, because something about the head doesn't work for me. It seems like I always bully the sad ones, but a lot of the really sad, desperate ones really just don't work for me as much as I'd like them to. Because I had the idea that doing a tear well and like a big tear would be kind of fun, but I don't know. But yeah, no, his mouth is very cool. His little legs are fun. one. Here's his little face, and his ears are like little mouth, which is fun. His little one. Okay, number 44.
45.
45. I'm so correct about these. This is 45.
A heart.
I like...
And tits.
Yeah, big old titties. So I like 45 quite a bit, actually. 45 definitely feels different from a lot of the other ones, because I guess I don't usually work with such abstract but clear shapes, I suppose, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Like, if you remove...
Or give them tits.
No, quite a few of them have tits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just missing out on the tit ones.
Yeah, some of them do. I don't usually draw the exact lines, which is what I did here, to give this one a real bangin' bod. But when I do pencil and things like that, I often will give them. It's another thing where I always feel really awkward, like I have to defend myself for this art decision. Yeah, but it's not, it's just because I think that it's a nice contrast. It's not usually what people expect to see, basically.
Yeah.
You have a weird monster thing. I've put her in a little tank top, which is a silvery thing here, and she has a little piercing to humanize her a bit. And then she also has some banging tits.
Sometimes
and
you have banging tits.
I want people to confront that.
Yeah.
You know? But no, she kind of makes me think of like graffiti. Like you'd see this graffitied, or it'd be like a sticker on a skateboard. I don't know what about this, but that's what it feels like.
It gives me Valentine's vibe, but that's just because of the heart and the colours.
I think, well, the colours definitely are Valentine's, but something about just like the heart and the very kind of messy legs, I love the messy legs, feels just a bit different than how I usually do it. It feels much more big, large, abstract shapes. And that really makes me think of skateboards, and I don't know why. She probably does skateboard, but she needs like a lot of skateboards. It's very complex.
Yeah, or a really long one.
It's a very complex process, but she does some sick flips. So 46. 46 is cool. 46 is this little guy. 46 is one of those ones who has a really unique kind of shape to him. I would say that a lot of my ones come back to similar motifs, and I mean, he does have the really ring eyes and a lot of familiar shapes that I do use, like how I do arms and legs, but he feels really unique. He was originally going to be more. I did the head first, and I love the head. I was like, this is something, and I really like what it is. And then it was like, he's too perfect, slap some legs on and he's done, basically.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of anything else to add to him.
Because he's perfect.
Because he's perfect. And it doesn't show up too well because of the light. But he actually has a line down there on his mouth, so it's actually two halves, which makes him kind of look like he's clenching his teeth.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like he's grimacing.
Yeah, I think that he's clenching his teeth, or he's like very nervous, basically.
Yeah. He's either about to fight me or run away.
No, he's definitely nervous. He's shy.
Okay.
He's a bit shy. Like, you see him in the woods and he just makes a sprint for it. But he's also probably not in the woods. He wouldn't feel safe.
No.
You see him in the city streets.
Yeah,
and
he just like down an alleyway near a like power plant.
Yeah, no, he's shy. He's very shy. He doesn't really like that we, put him on camera too long. I had to put him away. Next up is number 47. Ooh, I should double check my numbers. Yes, 47 here. 47 is another I love him. He's very much a gay villain, I want to call him. This is one of my classic ideas. Ideas indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Ideas. So I've done quite a lot of these at this point that I've shown, and I like to, at some point, it's so much work. I could take them all out and make their little family reunion, basically.
Yeah.
Because I do a lot of these with the same general body shape and style.
I like the little outfit.
Yeah. Well, usually this is fur. So they usually have fur on the top, bottom, and then this is like, this one here, it's much more of like a little skirt. But I love the jewelry.
You love an asymmetrical skirt. So,
I love an asymmetrical skirt. I don't own any, but I love them. I love drawing them. I love giving them in dresses that I design. It's just so fun. But no, this is very much a gay villain. He's very sassy. He's cool. He's just way cooler than you. It should be said. Yeah, even you.
Oh, wow.
Well, better than me, too. I don't know what to tell you. The black, gold, and red is such a classic combo. But it's a classic for a reason. Like, I almost felt like I was cheating because I was like, anything that you put black, gold, and red together is going to look so good. And it does. And I love him. And he's a little heart for an eye, which is fun. Next up is 48, who's another champ. Oh my gosh, we're hitting all wins, guys. Number 48 is definitely, again, I'm saying one of my favorites. If you tally every favorite I have.
Take a shot every time
oh my God.
Crow says that one of these is
yeah, no,
his favorite.
I mean, this is, Yeah, I've said too many of them are my favorite, but also look at him. He's so fun. He has a little flame on his head, which is a very, like, it's not Baphomet. Is it Baphomet? You know, the
goat guy.
deer. Yeah, the goat guy. The goat guy, you know.
Goat guy.
Yeah, he has a little flame on his head, yeah. Which is very like this. He reminds me a lot of Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
It's the yellow-black color scheme, and also the fact that he's sort of, like, sitting there casually floating and, like, offering you something is what it feels like.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Star Trek, like, uniform.
Star Trek uniform.
Yeah, because there's ones that wear yellow. It just me a little bit, I've never seen it, but has been hotel vibes.
That's really rude.
A little bit.
That's so rude.
I don't know why, but yeah.
Well, I think that she does use, like, I mean, she does a bunch of, like, guys, but they're different.
No, they are different.
Yeah, I
but
know.
For some reason,
I think that she uses, I think, like, bold colors and a lot of, like,
yeah,
black.
I think that's what it is.
But also, I use bold colors and a lot of black.
Yeah.
No, he's a little trickster. He's a little dealer. He's a little wheeler and dealer. I like that he has a little cloak here with a little diamond here. And then we have the modesty fur, of course, but also it could be part of the cloak. I don't know. It's none of my business. His hand's blocking out the other section. It's all modesty here, okay? Totally appropriate. His little wings. But no, I'm a big fan of this guy. I also think that his horns and eyes specifically, the line effect here is super cool.
Yeah,
and I think that
I
turned out
agree.
great.
I think it looks really cool.
Next up is 49. 49 is, oh my god, it's another favorite. I do like him. I don't know what to tell you. I like my little guys.
Yeah, I like this one.
Yeah, my little guys are cool. No offense or anything, but I like them.
I agree. They're very cool.
This is 49. 49, again, I pretty much at this point just was working off of making the face and then going from there. I want to get back to halos, as it's been a bit since I've had a good, like, ring halo. And,
more of a deer.
He is more of a deer, even though I call the other ones definitely deers of some type, even though they definitely don't look like deers.
This one's more of a deer.
This is much more of a deer. It has the more angled ears. To me, it's a lot more like a gazelle, or something that you'd find, like, running in a plains. Except with the strangest gait, because it has this wide U body. He's definitely been nicknamed, he's number 49, but he's been nicknamed just Wide Deer, because look at how wide he is.
He is wide.
I like to imagine this is like
stance.
The size of a giraffe at least, and like there's a huge amount of distance between. So
you
like
could put a person under that.
You could put a school bus. I want to say like a school bus. Which is that's actually bigger than a giraffe.
That's way bigger than a giraffe then.
Yeah, but I can just imagine a school bus going right through there, you know?
Okay.
And he's just out there, I don't think he's grazing, but he's doing something. He does also, this is a bow tie. You can see the lines if you look carefully.
Yeah.
He has a little bow tie, okay?
Yeah.
I don't know who tied it for him.
Yeah, I don't think he tied it himself.
Psychic energies.
Maybe, psychic energies. Yeah. He's got the, halos like around him. He's got some psychic powers.
Yeah, I mean, he has a little low halo.
He's got like the third eye. I mean, I know he's got 5 eyes, but he's got the third eye.
That's called the 5th eye, actually. It's even more spiritual.
The most spiritual.
Yeah, exactly. No, he's very cool. I like his little face, which looks a little like a mask, but it just also looks like cool markings. And no, and his ears are nice. And I'm just praising this guy that I made myself, but whatever, I don't care. Next up, it's number 50. 50. So at this point, I've definitely been doing them during D&D. And this one, I definitely remember making during D&D, because what I started doing, and a couple of them, and I'll point them out, is I would pass around my paper, and I had this thing that was like a bunch of very small squares of paper, but in like a bunch of different tones.
Yeah, and basically Crow would ask us to like pick their palette, or not even the palette, just each of us would pick like a color
without looking at each other's colors.
And just see what you had to deal with.
That was basically it, and it's a fun little challenge to do basically. Because obviously I have color palettes that I really like doing in terms of picking things similar. I love black and red, for example. I use black all the time just for small details, but also as a major color, and I use red all the time. In fact, red is the color I run out of most because I like red. But it was kind of fun to just ask other people to do it for me, and that's led to some really strange color combinations. This is one of those ones where we have 4 different colors, and then like the white is a freebie, basically. And these were all picked out by D&D players, and I had to think of something, and it just made me think of a really glam rock star sort of thing. So this is very much a deer, more than most other ones. I mean, very curvaceous legs. But
you did definitely give them some legs.
Real snatch waist. Like I said, it's a design motif to make people think about like the contrast between the monster bits and like the seeing humanity in them, you know?
Yeah, babe.
Okay? Yeah. So, anyways, very much deer-like. These are also much more deer-like ears. I do know what a deer looks like. I do. I know that I give them like big rabbit ears, but I know that the deer have different ears. But no, I thought of like a really glam kind of rock star sort of thing. And this is sort of, this is like to me a leather jacket.
Okay,
bright leather jacket. These are orange studs, basically.
Yeah.
Tall neckline. Do it as like a little thing here. And these are like almost like tassels, just like jutting out.
For some reason, I was thinking it was like lights being projected out from it.
That would be also really cool. To me, they're much more like physical, like long tassels or streams. I guess if they're solid like this, then they have wire in them. But no, it's really a party look. You have your crop top and your short little like skirt. And this little Libra hat. It just, it just screams somebody who's here to just kill it on the dance floor or something like that. And that is number 50, who is super cool. It is the next day, as it's probably quite clear. I know that now there's going to be a weird contrast in lighting and things, because basically we have an overhead light that is extremely yellow and the whole place is quite badly lit. And now this is natural lighting plus a little bit of ring lighting to make it a little brighter. And, I know that that's inconsistent, and maybe if I was smart, I would have filmed both ones exclusively in the early daytime using daylight. But I didn't do that, and I don't think... So,
that about sums it up.
So instead, look, you can still see all of the guys. These guys are going to be technically in better lighting, but you know what? I know that we're going to get to, not in this batch we're filming about 10 at a time, but somewhere around the 70s, a couple of them I don't like, so they really need the extra light.
Okay, they need extra love.
Some of them need the extra lighting to look a bit better, because the day lighting looks ultimately better, but whatever. Anyways, we're on number 51. Number 51 is a very special friend. I mean, they're all a bit special. This is a very lovely pastel color palette that is almost too pastel to be lit. We're going to hold up to the camera a bit to get some angles you can properly see.
I like her cool shades.
Yeah, the shades are super cool. This is my disco star. Very much a cat, even though it doesn't look like a cat that much. I mean, it looks like a cat. It got whiskers in it.
Yeah, it's cat-like.
I remember when I was a child, this is such a really specific thing, and it's not even that interesting of a story, but here we go. When I was a kid, I remember very clearly asking my siblings how many whiskers do cats have, because I was trying to draw cats, and they said 6, 3 on each side. And thus, scientifically accurate, and I believed that. And I owned up to 5 cats at one point in my life, and I was like, yeah, they have 6 whiskers. They don't, though, huh?
I wouldn't know. I don't have
They're lovely.
Cats.
They're lovely, and we're gonna get.
We're not getting.
Anyways, this one here is my friend, the disco star. My favorite part about this one, who is snake-like body, but to me definitely floats in the air at like a 70s disco night. My favorite thing about her is actually the very long turtleneck. The
turtleneck is strong.
I really like the turtleneck. I love doing really long necks like this, and I think that a turtle crop sweater situation like that is absolute pure fashion, and greatly admirable. So that is 51. Moving on to 52 as I throw them over there. 52. 52 is
a guy.
Earthen. I'm gonna say earthen. I mean, I wanted to use a lot more of the very natural colors and do something very I wanted to do someone very relaxed. I remember making this and I was, this is something to tell you, I guess, but our viewers will understand. I was trying to do something that I was like Sal would vibe with.
Yeah,
which is our friend. So, now you know something about our friend Sal. But I was like, yeah, you know what? It's not just like a very chill,
man we can trust covered in moss and algae.
A friendly plant guy who's just, hanging out in the garden, chilling, got those little shorts on, very cool. I like this little, I don't know, hat? Who knows? It's a little hoodie.
Yeah, it's kind of like a,
Do people sell hoodies that are only the hoods? Because it is a fashion look now, the more I think about it.
Yeah, it's severe crop top. It's just the hood.
It's just the hood. And, you know, the bits that dangle down, that's the contrast for fashion.
Yeah.
Because honestly, that's a real look, and that must be a market on, like, a luxury fashion walk, because it's such a good idea. I'm claiming
if not,
it, if not.
yeah, we're gonna trademark that right now.
You know. But no, I think that he's very nice, and I picked the color palette ahead of time because I was like, I want to do something earthen.
Yeah.
And, you know, I find a very relaxing friend here, you know? And these aren't meant to specifically be eyes. You can think of them as closed eyes, and I don't know what this would be then. But to me, they're just markings. There may or may not be a face there. But, you know, that's none of your business, really. Moving to 53. 53 is a bit special. Some of them aren't on the, I have a section for special little guys that aren't actually on my website, and a couple of them are ones that, they're not numbered, but I'll show them at the end, because I just might as well include everyone I have.
Yeah, why not?
And that includes a couple of them that are basically from books, and this is one of the ones that's from a book, not really, that, basically is actually on the website. So this little guy is 53, he is named the Moth Assassin, and specifically because, it's the Butterfly Assassin. So this is a book that I actually mention in my Light Lark video when I'm talking about, like, teenage assassins, basically, because it's a book about a teenage assassin, but it's very well done. It's actually thoughtful about the idea of, like, isn't it a bit messed up how there's all these things about, like, the cool 16-year-old girl who's great at murder and stuff. And it's about a cool 16-year-old, I think she's actually 18. It's about a cool girl who does murder and she's great at it, but also she's, like, has severe trauma and other sorts of issues and things. And it's like you get the cool assassin stuff and cool, like, spy stuff. It's in this alternate history in this, like, walled city. And it's all that kind of stuff you get, which is great. But then there's also thought behind it in a really kind of refreshing way to see about actually the character who's basically brought up both of her parents are, like, top level in this basically assassination, spyware, military hardware company, specifically Poisons, and just sort of she was raised into the life of being an assassin, basically, in this modern setting, slightly alternate history. And it's very fun. It's a great book. And I will also confess, now that I've talked about how good it is, that I do know Finn. I feel like I have to disclose this. Finn and I are pals, but also I don't exactly give a lot of praise to books lightly. I kind of feel weird mentioning it and not mentioning that we are friends on the internet. But I have known Finn for years, and they are very cool. And I was at the book launch, so here's my disclosure for it. I was at the book launch for the book. Let's see here. Oh, there's a sick map inside. I'm kind of looking like where it's signed. Yeah, see, it's signed and stamped and everything. Oh, wait, it even says Crow.
Yeah, it's
yeah, there we go. So we've known each other online for a while. But when it comes to books by people I know, or even people I interact with, I'm always really nervous to review them. I've done reviews for people who this is the only one where I've really, like, friends with the person, but I've definitely read books by people I've interacted with to various degrees, and I don't really take that lightly because it's really awkward if I don't like the book. I'm not gonna lie about the book.
Yeah.
But then it's really awkward, and
yeah, it's an awkward thing of, like, well, if I like it and I write a good review, yay, but if I don't like it, then either I write a bad review or I don't review it, and then
they can assume.
They can assume, yeah.
Literally, when Finn was talking about their publishing deal and getting the Butterfly Assassin out, I told them I was thinking about, because I was like, oh, I'm going to buy the book, I'm going to support Finn, you know?
Yeah.
I don't usually read specifically the genre. I did genuinely really like it. But I usually read, like, fantasy stuff. This is a alternate history kind of action, you know, YA sort of thing like that. But I picked it up because I want to support Finn. And I told them ahead of time, quite early on, I was like, yeah, I will read your book, but I've decided I'm not going to write a review or kind of acknowledge I read it, because if I acknowledge I read it, but I don't say anything positive or negative, you're going to maybe anxiously assume that I hated it, and I'm holding that back. If I dislike it and I post the review, authors are very, like, it's very easy temptation to go and read the review, and I don't want them to feel bad, you know, about my hot takes or whatever. And if I like the book, I also was like, I don't want them to feel it's insincere. So I decided I wasn't going to say, like, anything about it.
And thus we have failed today.
No, I failed earlier. Because what happened is that I did rate it 5 stars and write, like, a paragraph on my Goodreads account, which isn't, it's not connected to my public identity, but it's not like Finn and I are friends on it, so they wouldn't necessarily see it, but I wanted to boost the rating, basically. Yeah. And they liked the review. And so I messaged them and I was like, oh, you've seen my review? Yeah, I really liked it. I talked about how I liked it and stuff. And they were like, oh, I didn't realize that was you. I was just liking the 5-star reviews because it's like, it's a good, like, I do this kind of thing too. You boost engagement basically on your book. It means Goodreads will promote it more and that sort of thing. So I accidentally outed myself as having read it. But then I talked about it and I was like, oh, I really like it. And so, yeah, this is a very long talk, but I hope it's interesting for people curious about the world, and I really would recommend it. I read it when I was in COVID. And I read like 11 books in a week, basically, and I read this one in a solid day among a bunch of other insane things, and it was just so nice. It was one of my last days of isolation for COVID, trapped in my bedroom all day in bed, and it was just so refreshing to read a good book for once. I love reading bad books. God, is it actually really nice to pick up a book. I was so nervous I wouldn't like it, and then I was like, oh God, it's actually good. From like page 1 or 2, I was like, I'm going to enjoy this book, thank God. I don't have to be awkward around Finn if it ever comes up, or the book launch or anything like that. And so I'm very excited, and yeah, no, please do check it out if anything sounds interesting about it, because Finn's super cool, and you should support them. And obviously that's a little biased, but like, it's legit a good book. I don't lie about these things. I chronically am a horrible liar and can't really do it. I didn't even talk about my special guy.
It's based on the cover.
Yeah, it's based on the cover. He's a little Mothman. I was excited for the book coming out, and I was like, I'll do something special specifically for it. And I was like, a butterfly theme thing, but butterflies are hard, so I made a little Mothman. He's cute. He's cute and charming. His ears have special little cuts on them, which are visible in person like a lot of things, but don't show up too well on camera. So he has much more like frayed ears like an actual moth. And it's called Butterfly of Night. I feel like I have to say this, because Butterfly of Night is the French word for moth. I don't know how you say it in French.
Don't look at me, I'm not that good at French.
Sorry, you know a bit of French. But the French word for moth is butterfly of night, and Finn saw that like years ago and was like, that would be a cool nickname for a assassin, the butterfly of the night.
The word papillon is coming to me. That's probably entirely
that is butterfly. Something like that, yes.
If I was going to guess, it would be that, but
it has papillion. Yeah, but papillion. No. Anyways, moving to 54. Here's 54.
Business cat.
This shows up in the office one day. This is just a regular businessman.
This is just one of your D&D characters.
This is one of my D&D characters has been hit by a cruel curse. Because I like playing little cats. I don't like playing little horrible centaur cats. This is like it's a pact with, like an elder intelligence that has gone very wrong. Or maybe very right, because he's very successful in business. Yes. This is a fun fact that I didn't tell the person involved with. Basically, and the next one will be relating to this too, this is all connected to the Butterfly Assassin premiere. So when I went to London, basically overnight for that, and I stayed with a friend of mine.
Yes.
And they have some very cool, lovely cats. And I was like, oh, as a gift for being allowed to stay in their nice flat in London, for free. And also, we hung out and stuff. And, it was very nice.
Yes.
I was like, oh, I'll make them like a little paper gift sort of thing. That'd be really fun. And my first attempt, I was like, oh, I can make one of their fun little cats. And it didn't look like this, but it was like, this is the start of the cat head, because it's a very fluffy, beautiful cat. Yeah. But like, when I was just doing the cat head, I was like, this isn't looking right. And I just sort of instead went wild making a weird monster. And I don't want to tell this person that, because I don't want them to know that their 2 special sons, special boys, in fact became this. This is 54. And he's a boss. He's not a good boss, though. He's not a great manager. I mean, he gets the job done, but you wouldn't get along with him, really. He's very closed off. So, number 55, I don't have him in, because as relating to my last story, these 3 form a story together.
Ah, beautiful.
Number 55 is just a frog. It is just a frog wearing a scarf. I'm putting the image up. basically, my first attempt of making a cat went really wrong, and I was like, this person does like frogs. I'll make them just a nice little cute frog. And they enjoyed the frog. So that was the end of that. It's on my blog because it's a charming little frog. He has a little scarf. He's on an adventure. And I don't own him anymore because he's one of maybe 2 that I've ever given away as gifts, basically. You know, exclusive collector's items.
Yeah.
He is framed
One day
now.
He's
framed. Yes. Because my friend, whose information I'm obscuring, because I didn't, ask, is it cool if I mention you my epic long... Nobody's ever gonna, see this far. But,
in the comments
not
if
to
you're still
dox
watching.
them. Not to dox them or anything, so I'm not going to. But, they are a person who has, one of those professional jobs where they can afford framing for things. So, I was staying in their guest room in London, which means that they can afford to get things framed, basically. And their guest room had a lot of, art and other things from other people who had visited or whatever framed. And I also destroyed their pin badges.
I was going to say, you're going to mention the fact that you destroyed their pin badge collection.
Okay. So when I was visiting my friend in London who has the money to get... it was a cheap frame. They told me afterwards, they were like, it was a cheap Sainsbury's frame, and they went out to buy new ones. But I did walk home after the the launch party for The Butterfly Assassin, and I knocked over, they have this staircase with 3 or 4 things of framed pin badges, because they collect them. I knocked into one of them accidentally, and it was the loudest sound ever as it went crashing through the floor. It was also the first time that I met their wife, who I'd never spoken to or met before because we're online friends, and it was lovely. I basically got home exhausted, I drank my medication and such, and then it was time for me to go to bed.
Great first impression.
We'd spoken barely, and it was 15 minutes, and then I destroy their lovely decorations. And then I leave the next morning pretty early.
But you left the frog.
I did. I didn't even leave the frog. I had to mail that later. But but no. I hope that I'm allowed back there. Anyways, moving on to 56. 56. Ooh, hello. Oh, no, I just knocked someone over, but it's fine. He's fine. This is 56. 56 is a pretty classic kind of design in that,
It's a TV cat.
It's a TV head. It's a TV head cat with a little cool necklace, a little, a wiry or electric bolt tail.
They win, a medal, a competition.
It does kind of seem like they won a competition to blend in with all my other eye freaks.
It's an honorary status.
I will say, out of a lot of the ones I've made, if you remove, maybe the eye, this thing could basically be a Pokemon. It already reminds me a little bit too much of Pikachu because it has the 3 stripes and the lightning tail. This is the sort of thing that you would maybe see as a late, Gen 20 Pokemon or something. The TV cat,
Yeah, I mean, everybody getting, lawnmowers and stuff now, so...
We've had that for, 10 years. Yeah. Rotom? You're talking about Rotom.
I am talking about Rotom.
And that's Diamond and Pearl, which came out in 2012 or something.
Don't tell me that's 10 years ago.
We've had them for a while. The first generation, what did we have? Magnets? Yes. But no, I think that this, a TV kitty, like you can see here, I wanted to use some of the silver stuff, and I was like, ooh, silver reflective. Here, take a look at my epic rig where you can see my phone and the ring light. But yes, no. That's all I have to say about him. He's 56. He's not really my favorite because I think that his leg doesn't stand out enough. This is such a specific nitpick, but when I stare at his leg, you can see its 2 front paws tucked into a back one, but the back one doesn't stand out enough, so it kind of just looks like it ends awkwardly.
Yeah.
Look from a distance here, and it looks more like the legs just sort of sit, look on the screen.
Yeah,
it looks like the legs
even from here in real life, I can't really tell that it's a separate piece.
There's separate pieces, in fact, and it really should be a different color, something to differentiate it from the body, which is a little sad because he's supposed to just be sitting. It looks like instead he's weirdly shaped, when he's really perfectly shaped. Next up is 57. Whoop. Here's 57. 57. I love 57. I wanted to do black and red.
It's very angry.
I want to make black and red, and I want to make a little evil goth devilly guy,
Yeah.
Just a little guy. As much as I kind of do enjoy the design, he's not perfect, but I wanted to do it two-toned. For example, now I've been doing much more complex things where the eyes usually will be hand-drawn or they'll be white. I wanted to go back to my roots of two-toned eyes and just 2 colors, that's it. The only problem with this guy, because I think he's okay, honestly, I like his huge coat here, is that if we hold him up to the camera, So he has a lot of glue stains on him, especially around his eyes. And that's annoying. I don't know how that happened. Maybe I just used too much glue. But stuff like that, you can kind of scratch it off, but it basically remains otherwise. And it means that when you look at him up close, on camera he looks fine, but he just looks a bit dirty around the face.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, you can't do anything about that. It's glue, and the ways that you remove glue are things that would damage paper. So, unfortunately, he's just a little bit dirty looking.
This is why he's so angry.
Yeah, I guess. He's just real ruffled. But yeah, no, he has a really big robe, and he's something. And I also quite enjoy the eyes, you know?
Yeah, I like the eyes.
It's like big, clumpy mascara. It's big and dramatic, basically, you know? That's my impression.
I was thinking like fire and anger. That's why I think he's angry.
No. See,
the angry eyebrows.
No, the angry eyebrows. I think angry is okay. I think it's more evil, not angry. Okay. Evil. But these are meant to be more like eyelashes and like clumpy mascara, just like big and dramatic eye makeup. I say meant to be. It's not exactly obvious. It's just, this is what I think of. So 57, 58... is here. So 58 is one of the ones where I mentioned this yesterday. I let my D&D party often pick color palettes. That's happened with a couple of them, like TV Cat definitely was a pick from it, I think, those kind of purple tones. This is one where everybody, I think, tried to sabotage me.
And it turned out perfect.
Yeah, I like him, because I got this really specific color palette of like 2 blues, a bright orange, and a green.
It works really well.
Yeah, well, he kind of looks like a tropical lizard guy, and I looked at the color palettes and I was like, this is like a tropical stripy lizard guy. And he's really funky. He's definitely lives in a tropical environment, you know, very flashy. I just sort of enjoy him.
Yeah, I like him.
As it goes. He's quite simple. I mean, he's just sort of a very simple little body. He does have this extremely sharp mouth, but I find him charming. And also, when you flip him over, he does look like modern art. If you put this on a white canvas, that would be something, you know?
We can send that for millions.
Like, it looks like very interesting splotchy art on the back, which a lot of them don't look so neat, I would say, when you flip them over. I don't have a lot to say about 58,
perfect.
but
that's all I can say
he's good.
About
He's
him.
brightly colored, he stands out, he attracts mates, and he scares away predators because he looks poisonous. Next up is 59. Ooh, hello, 59. 59 is another one where I like experimenting with these guys, and I think probably our next couple ones will be a lot more experimenty kind of things, because I know coming up when I start the next binder, it's much more, I want to just mess with different things I didn't usually try. And so this one is all made of white paper, beyond just a little bit of black. And the effect is,
I like it.
I like the effect. It doesn't stand out too much, obviously, because it's all white. In person, I'd say it does it a little bit better. If I move it a bit, you can see with the shadows. But he's not very complex, which kind of has to be the point, because complex details will get lost when it's all white like this, and you're kind of just relying on the natural shadows of the paper.
He's spiky.
But he's spiky, and so when you're working with only one color, spikiness stands out. He has a sharp silhouette, but pretty much nothing else. He also kind of reminds me of a Pokemon, I have to say. Except Pokemon aren't usually Cyclops. But otherwise, he's kind of like a little penguin, abominable snowman sort of thing.
Yeah, you could see him being like an ice type.
Yeah, exactly. Look at all those spikes. But, no. He's kind of a disappointment to me.
No.
I don't love him, I'll say.
Why don't you love him?
Just something about him just doesn't work for me. I've never felt like I didn't like him. I don't think he's a failure of an experiment, but I don't like him personally, like on a, level we don't connect really.
Okay. You're not friends.
Well, no, we don't get on. It's pretty sad. But hey, number 60 is really cool, so screw that guy. I love number 60. Number 60 is this one.
A little cowboy robot.
Our vaporware cowboy, trans pride deoxys has been multiple people when I would share this said, it's trans deoxys. Yeah, I mean I use the pink and blue color schemes a lot anyways, but when you have pink, blue, and then white highlights, it does evoke a certain flag. And I really, really like him. I didn't do the spurs, I will say that, even though, not to disparage my own abilities, I could have done the spurs, but I actually outsourced that to somebody else during D&D, because Elle did that. And and made me the teeny little stars down here.
They are very cool stars.
So this is a collaborative piece, and yes, it looks a lot like Deoxys, I will say, just the, Deoxys. But I don't think that's a problem, because Deoxys doesn't have killer cowboy boots.
Yeah, completely different.
Or random objects. And I'm really fond of this one.
Yeah.
I love the eye, I love these eyes, and I love those little spurs, I gotta say. So this is 61. Our next block of 10 has, I think, one of my least favorites and my definite favorite. So that's a really highs and lows in this block. This here is 61. 61 is... I really like 61. He's a very simple design.
Him. It's very naturey.
He's very simple, but I like it. The leaves here, I showed him off. You weren't here for this because you were working. But when I was doing my introduction to talking just about paper stuff, I used him as an example when I was talking about making it. So we've seen him before, but I do just really like him. He's kind of an idea, but he's built a little bit differently overall, but he has the same design elements. And his tail...
Looking at him.
I really like his little tail.
Yeah.
I will say that his tail pretty much is, in Jackbox and Fibbage 3 or something.
Yeah, the eye flowers.
There's eye flowers. Yeah. And that is pretty much exactly that when I think about it. But, do they own copyright on eye flowers? Probably not. No, he's polite. He's polite, but I don't think he wants to be there. Maybe he works in a tea shop. And he's, doing his customer service very much how can I help you today? But he's not actually happy to be there.
Oh, I don't know. I think he's got more of a sort of glaring at you bouncer vibe.
A bouncer?
It's because of the hands in front, trying to be a
to me,
guy.
That's holding the hands in front is a very, polite gesture. I guess it depends on the stance. And this stance is very sharp. So, 62. Oh, 62. I don't actually have to scroll up there in correct order. This is 62. 62 is, like I said, I want to basically mess around with some materials because I was like, it'd be fun to try some different stuff. And I still often am lured by this. So as you can tell, we have some googly eyes on top. I basically bought a tiny packet of a bunch of varied eyes. This one has 2 matching sets. I got to see my face for a second. Ooh. So this one has 2 matching sets and then this yellow one here. The googly eyes, it's an interesting effect when you consider the fact that they usually sit in a paper binder and they aren't exactly shook around a lot. But it does have this 3D thing, which is kind of fun. And it's this nice contrast.
Yeah, I've got to say he's not my favourite.
He's not my favourite either. I will say that. He's not my favourite. I was doing my best. I like his head shape. I like his little horns and things like that. I quite like that. But I don't think that he comes together overall. I also like his face shape.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even the googly eyes that I don't like. I think it's just, I don't know. He's
okay.
Yeah, he's okay. I don't hate him.
Yeah,
I don't hate any of them.
Okay, well, aren't you a saint? Some of us are creators who regret things. We are gods ashamed of our creations.
Well, they're not my creations.
Okay,
so.
Well, look at this guy. This is 63. 63 was a very simple premise of, I want to make a rainbow.
Yep.
Bam.
Rainbow Ouroboros.
He's a little rainbow. I was like, what if I made a little rainbow worm or snake? I think he's more of a snake. And then, the scale's black and white too. It's the only thing you can really contrast overall like that. And by the end of it, I was like, you know what? A googly eye, I think, does capture him well. He looks a lot like a child's toy. If he's made of rope, or like a dog toy, but made of rope or something that you could give a kid and they would shake it around and spin it and stuff like that. I think a baby would like this basic design concept because they love rings and colors. I know things. Dogs also love rings and colors. Basically, this is a product we could get on the market.
The Rainbow Ouroboros for children and dogs.
Yeah, I also did want to make a little circle. He's not quite eating his tail, but close enough. Close enough. 64 is Hello, 64. If you look from here, 64 is, you can probably tell I used some stickers. I bought some sticker books to decorate my archive where I keep all these guys, and I was like, hey, I have 800 cherries. I could put those on something and do something with it, and it makes for a nice little dress.
It's a little apron kind of vibe.
Obviously, the cherries stand out against the paper, and here you can see they're reflective, but just in general, they're a different color than the white. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I mean, I'm pretty nice. I'm like happy with the fact that I have a lot of really rough cuts sometimes. I think that it just adds to the homemade quality of my paper guys who are homemade.
Yeah, I really like this one. I really like the little stickers.
Yeah, so it's just sort of a little spaceman housewife.
Yeah.
You know? Spaceman Housewife, by the way, is a really good band name or something.
Spacewife.
No. Spaceman Housewife.
Okay.
That's the full name. That's a title for somebody, and that is a very good something. I haven't figured it out yet. But Spaceman Housewife is a very simple design, but yeah, I was basically like, I wonder if I could do stickers. And the answer, you can do anything you want. Next up is, that was number 64, right? So number 65, I don't like number 65.
Don't forget his little friend.
I know, I was going to leave as a surprise.
Oh, sorry, there's no friend.
Okay. So number 65, I had a basic design concept, and his body's too simple is part of it. He definitely should have had maybe different colored legs or something, because it kind of just looks like a mess as it is.
Yeah, it just kind of merged together a bit.
His body's a bit too the same as well. And also, I really like the design concept of the tongue, but the tongue doesn't work for me like I wanted it to, you know? So, this is actually one of my least favorites because he frustrates me a lot. I think that I asked for advice from my D&D people, so maybe we can blame somebody, I don't know.
Okay.
And I feel like somebody told me, like, dog, spider, or whatever, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a little, like, Labrador kind of dog and spider. And, it just didn't work out for me. But as an addition to him, I made
his little friend,
a tiny spider who is not glued on. I was talking about my other little black and white guy. This guy's technically the smallest I've done, but he is literally just a spider. So I don't really count him as quite one of my guys. He is tiny, as you can see. The camera will not focus properly. That's fine. You can kind of tell there's a lot of glue shine because when you're working with something this tiny, glue makes much more of an impact. And this was a nightmare to assemble. I didn't like it at the end, and I didn't...
No, he's a perfect little guy.
So originally it was going to sit here because I was like, maybe that fixes it, but it doesn't quite enough. I think that for one, the arm just blends in too much. Like maybe if I did the arms in black now...
Yeah.
Or something like to just make it stand out more, or at least give it like knee-high socks of black or something, more contrast than maybe the spider could go here. As it is, I just never glued it on, and instead this is just sort of like her friend.
just perfect toupee.
Yeah, her little friend, the spider. But hey, after this one, I was like, I didn't think this, but I was like, oh my god, I'm in a rut, I'm dead. No, I made someone really cool next.
This is one of my favorites.
I say this so often. I'm so sorry.
I legitimately really like this one.
I like 66 as well. 66 is...
perfect.
Lovely. I'm pretty sure that 66, I believe 66, 67, and 69 maybe, I all made from, I was messing around with an AI text completion, and so I was basically giving a really basic prompt. I have it somewhere saved, maybe. I mean, this was before my laptop got crazy messed up, where I basically gave it a prompt of like, I like to make paper guys. My paper guys often have these sorts of details. Which one am I doing next? Like that sort of thing, because that's often how you have to phrase these things. And so it gave me a description of like, like a snake or a dragon-y kind of guy with, 3 faces on its back and eyes or something.
Yeah.
Which, okay, maybe the computer gets some credit, but in my defense, I'm the one who actually has to draw, construct, and make the guy.
Yeah, and
he's cool.
Perfect. I love him.
He has this coy little look as he enjoys his 3 little snakes. Maybe they're tattoos, maybe they're faces, I don't know. And I got to have a lot of fun just making a bunch of little eyes. I really like his face.
Yeah.
Like, his back is obviously just sort of this fun little mess of eyes and faces, but I find his little expression charming, you know? He has this big kind of loping nose like an old-style dragon, and, he's lovely. He's not very aggressive. He's showing you his cool tattoos, but he's chill about it,
Yeah.
And I respect that about him. 67, absolutely another banger. Oh gosh, I don't know if I still have it. But my initial drawing of this guy was he's just very polite. I wanted to make like the most awkward, like he's He's very polite. He's awkwardly waiting to be acknowledged, but he's polite about it. He has his little hands together. And obviously his hands blend a little bit, but I don't think it's such a big deal. Come on, pick him up.
This is going really well for you.
I can't navigate.
Do you need assistance?
No, it's okay. Here, you can see his little hands awkwardly pressed in front of him, his mouth and face here with his huge fangs, his teeny little eyes.
Oh, those are eyes.
Those are the eyes. Oh, you didn't know?
No, I was reading them as a nose because they're very small and so close to the mouth.
Yeah,
I just assumed he didn't have eyes.
Yeah, you might think these are like eyes or closed eyes or who knows what, or he didn't have them. No, these are meant to be tiny eyes. Wow, that changes the expression.
Massively.
Because to me...
Because I was kind of like, I mean, he's fine. But now I know those are his eyes. I'm like, okay.
No, he has teeny little eyes and this huge mouth and he's awkwardly...
His expression has hugely changed.
He has a really distinctive expression where he's like, I'm sorry, are you busy?
Yeah.
Like that's his whole thing, is that he looks extremely nervous. I also enjoy his little rainbow scale assortment down there, but no, he's so charming. He's so awkward and charming, and I just really like 67. He has some sort of very nerdy name, I'm sure. I haven't named him, but, that's not my job. Even God made Adam, like to name all the things, right?
So which one of your boys is in charge of naming all the other ones? Who's slacking?
I guess my implication is that I made the viewers, and they are now. I made them out of paper too. You don't realize it yet, and their job is to name my things for me because I make too many of them before I can name them.
Tag yourself. Which of the boys are you?
Oh god, that's gonna be extensive research on there. You have to watch this video like 3 times and take notes on each one.
Decide which one you want to be kin with.
So this is 67, 68. Okay, 68, I think that we had 2 really highs, and 68 is this guy. 68 has some concepts about him, but I don't know what just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's not my favorite.
I think that my basic idea was that I really want to do like a spiral head and do some eyes and things on top of it, probably. But I wanted to do like a face where I had like a spiral and then I would put the face on top of it. I think that was the basis of my design thing. I also was thinking about, and I was drawing a lot of my guys, really long front arms, but like tiny dangling back arms, because I thought that'd be kind of fun. If he like walked on his front legs and his teeny little legs were dangling like that. So I had some fun ideas, but I just didn't like him at pretty much any stage of the process. He just didn't come together for me, and I'm not entirely sure why.
See, I was reading it as more of a perspective thing, he's actually got a very long body, but we're looking at him front on, so his legs seem tiny.
Maybe, but no, he's meant to be like little dangling legs in his little shorts. But yeah, he just doesn't quite do it for me. Obviously, his shirt is weird. He has these eye nipples. That's none of my business, though.
Yeah, he's allowed to have eye nipples.
Yeah, but... No, I'm not big on 68, but luckily 69 is not bad.
Yeah, 69's really good.
69, nice. Okay, true fact. At this point, I've said before, a lot of these aren't chronological. At this point, we are pretty much only chronological, except I'm almost certain that I did 68 after I did 69. But I changed the numbers because I wanted her to have number 69 because she's my favorite, and I think this is my all-time favorite. This is Halo Freak. She was named by AI because, again, I was messing with AI things, and I think that they described, like, an angel whose hair was fire and who was wearing, like, a necklace of skulls and stuff, and I was like, oh, that is covered in piercings, I think was something.
Nice.
And I was like, oh, that sounds all really cool. And so I made, and also the AI named her Halo Freak.
Yeah, which is perfect.
Which is the perfect name. It wasn't like a fancy advanced AI model, so it probably looked for the fact that I mentioned that often they have halos. And I don't know where it got the word freak from. Maybe that was derogatory on its part. I don't think I used freak when I was describing it, but maybe I used like funky or weird or something, and it was like freak. But she's no freak. She's way cooler than anyone you know. I love Halo Freak. She's one of those designs that it's a very simple design, and she's like a person design, which I don't do very much. Like, obviously she's not human, but she's very much person-shaped. She's obviously wearing clothes.
Yeah,
normal
a lot
amount
less
of
animalistic.
Yeah, very much no real animal bits here. Instead, just sort of like a demon fire spirit kind of thing. But despite that, because usually my people ones, I'll have 1 or 2 of them. I don't usually like them as much because it's a lot harder to get a person to look like a person. But she looks so goddamn good.
Yeah, she looks really good.
She really does. I say this. And her shirt,
a little nail polish.
She has little polished nails nails, which are black, obviously. She has the fingers. These are 3 separately cut tiny fingers to look right. The skull and the necklace. The wings are tattered, which obviously they're a bit messy, but it fits with the appearance, and this was made by the X-Acto knife. And then the bits of, like, shiny gold just sort of add to it. And, yeah, I was worried about the hair, too. Hair is quite difficult to get right in general, and I wanted to make, like, a fiery explosion, and I was worried it wasn't going to look cool.
No, it looks cool.
But it looks cool. It looks like a little explosion. So Halo Freak is just
10 out of 10.
So cool. I love
S-tier.
Halo Freak. Halo Freak is definitely S tier. You know, sorry, I just thought of part 2 of my videos. Instead, I just do the exact same thing again.
But now you're ranking
But then
them.
I have a tier system. So I spend 2 hours, and instead of talking as much about them and the design things, the whole thing, I'm just gonna have the longest tier list in the world where I just drag the little image and just be like S tier.
And just end up with this huge table
of incomprehensible knowledge.
Either with really tiny images of them all, or huge...
just numbers to be even more confusing. You know, and that just looks like I'm ranking my top favorite numbers. It would be the most confusing thing in the world. S tier 69 though makes sense. But yes, no, I purposely gave her 69 because she's so cool. And next up is 70. 70, hello Halo Freak, get out of frame. 70 is the most delicate one, not totally ever, but even though this one looks not that bad, it looks pretty much normal, this is made of some of the most annoying paper I've ever had to work with. So you can't really tell because it's paper and it looks like paper, but basically they're extremely light, and this paper is so easy to tear, cause damage to, mark in any way. It's very prone to the glue sticking and being obvious, and basically it was kind of a nightmare to make this one. I definitely had to do certain shapes multiple times. Like, the color palette is lovely. I was excited to work.
Yeah, very nice pastels.
I was excited to work with, like, these really nice light pastels again, including, like, pastel gray here, which is cool. But no, it was an absolute nightmare to assemble, and I haven't touched the paper since. Like, I might use it for highlights, but doing the whole thing out of it just means that the whole thing is very structurally unsound.
It's quite floppy.
Yeah, like, let me shake this one for comparison, and then let me gently shake Halo Freak, the real champion. So, like, when I shake Halo Freak, she shakes, but she's pretty solid overall. Here she is from the back. Holds up pretty clearly, honestly. But, yeah, this is absolutely very thin material.
How can you do this to Halo Freak?
I throw all of them. They know this. They like being thrown.
Again.
Like little kids love being thrown, you know.
Yeah.
Onto like couches and stuff. It's a very soft table. And
I know about my perception.
But no, I do really like the design though. It's sort of a lovely little thing. I like the sweater a lot, I will say.
Yeah, it's a cool sweater.
It's a lovely little sweater. I mostly just like how there's a loose arm and one of the arms is out, and that actually looks correct because I definitely was very...
It's an off-the-shoulder look. It's the off-the-arm look.
Well, it's not even an off-the-shoulder look. It's more that, like, they took out one arm and let this one dangle down, and I was worried this wouldn't read properly and it would look like there's, like, meant to be a finger here that I forgot. But I think it does read well enough that this is arm is out, and this is just the sweater has 4 arms.
Yeah.
But no, so a lovely little person who is a nightmare, but doesn't look like it. Okay. Him out, hold him gently. This is 71. 71 is another one of those really old designs I have. I have to find it sometime. I'd love to review it properly or do more drawings of it, but basically this is a fake Pokemon. I think they're called Fakemons, you know, that I made when I was like 10. So I had a friend and we were very much into Pokemon, and so we would make up our own region, and we had a huge amount of, like, no lore, it was just, like, the Pokemon, and then we were weirdly specific about the Pokemon because we also did all of their movesets.
Oh, right, yeah.
But we didn't do a lot of basic lore about, like, the world or story or anything. I think we did have, like, a map, but we did all of the Pokemon, all their evolutions, and their movesets.
Yeah, I'm guessing Ghost type?
Yeah, of course. He's a little abandoned doll. He looks so much like Banette that he's definitely... Yeah. I don't think it was meant to be related to Banette, but it's very similar to Banette because this is meant to be like a keychain ring. It's meant to be like a lost keychain.
Yeah.
So it's meant like this guy dangles and then the keychain like falls off and comes to life, which is very similar to Banette, who's like a marionette puppet that was like in the trash. But no, 71, he never had he definitely had a name, but I don't know because we named all of them. The Pokemon designs were pretty funky from that time. For some reason, we made our own version of Eevee, which was a raccoon, and you would give it items, and it would take, I think, different jobs or whatever. And except unlike Eevee, it could do every single type.
Of course.
So it had a variation for every type. And it was it was either a raccoon or a beaver. I liked beavers a lot. Yeah. They're very cool. And the starters, I can tell you because I remember this. There was a water tiger, who probably looked a bit cool if I was a good artist. There was a fire and ice sheep, and there was a grass cat, I want to say.
Sounds like you're going to have to papercraft them.
Oh my god, no. First of all, I can remember the water tiger's design quite well, and I can't really remember the other two as well. The water tiger, I don't know why. I think I just drew it for a while. If you hand me the paper and pencil, we can do some live improv drawing. Because I know that there's paper right there, and there should be a pencil or something.
Yes, there is one.
Okay. So the water tiger was, I have such a strong visual memory of how I drew it when I was a tiny child, that I'm going to try to draw what it was, but I'm going to draw it both better and worse than what it originally was.
Yeah.
Because it was it was a tiger, it was standing like this, and then it had this insanely this Christmas tree kind of tail, except it wasn't meant to be a Christmas tree.
Okay.
It was supposed to be a fin sort of thing, and then it was that, and then it was, I was drawing it when I was a child, so it was probably that or something, and then it had...
So sad.
It does look really sad. And then he has
Mother, why have you forsaken me?
Then he had little things like that. Except, he had webbed feet and such. And so this is either the first or final evolution, basically, except, again, in my memory, it looks a lot like a Christmas tree. It was meant to be much more of a, you have a tail with fins on it, and then the fins would be that, I think, is probably what we meant it to be.
Yeah, but it didn't quite turn out like that.
But we didn't draw it like that, is what I'm saying. I'll hold it again to the paper because the glare isn't good for this. It was probably meant to be like this, but we definitely drew it, or I did all the illustrations, wow, like that. And his name was probably also Wa Tiger or something, because it was a water tiger.
Yep.
Yeah. It wasn't an amazing design, but we had a couple fun designs, I think, maybe. I mean, we were children, but, I think this design's pretty good, and this was one of them.
It's a fun little guy.
Not only, by the way, another fun detail is that I love this design so much. When I was a child, I wrote a short story about it, and I have that short story here tonight. I'm not going to read it now.
No!
Well, it's a friggin' short story that I wrote when I was, 10. Maybe
bonus content.
Yeah, do bonus content, do a video sometime where I read my... childhood writing. But basically, I liked him so much, I wrote a very short story. It was one of the first things I ever wrote for a class or something, one of the first fiction pieces I ever did. Not counting my Kingdom of the Cats books.
Yeah, famous.
Which I also do, which I have about 5 of them with me
I know
here
you
tonight. I'll do another video on those sometime just to read my childhood. I wrote multiple little books when I was a kid, but also they were by my mother, who didn't have very good English, so she was transcribing obviously everything I told her to, and so it's in a bit poor English, and also in the phrasings of me, a child who was 5. So, and I did all the illustrations. It's a fun little thing. Anyways, I wrote a short story about a person who went into a little cave in a gulch, and they found this guy and they died. And so I wrote that. That's one of the first fiction pieces I wrote.
Beautiful.
I had a lot of stories like that. The second fiction piece I can remember writing in middle school was basically a girl moved into a house, and the house was creepy, and when she was wandering, she fell into an open elevator shaft or something, or a closet or something. She fell into a hole, and in the hole there was a giant fox demon, because I was in my kitsune phase.
Yep.
And so there's a kitsune there, and the kitsune taunted her for a bit, and then she died down there. That was it. That was my beautiful story.
Beautiful story.
And my teacher did make
beginning, middle, end, perfect.
My teacher did make me change the ending of that, I believe, so she got rescued. I think it was heavily implied that I should maybe change it so that she got rescued at the end rather than died down there. But that's the sort of thing I was writing, okay? Anyways, moving on. Next is number 72. 72 is a pretty simple design concept. I just wanted to make a guy who was emitting smoke, and that smoke would obscure his face. And
I mean, you achieved that.
I achieved that. The lights become a bit more glaring as we lose some natural light, so we're going to kind of turn it down a bit, I think. I don't know, do you think that's better or worse? Like, is the completely natural lighting better now?
I don't know, babe, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know anything about lights. Because I like that it's a bit more true to color when I have light, but, like, that's now too glaring. Ugh, okay, we'll do, like, a tiny bit of light. We'll turn it way down. Anyways, I wanted to make a deer, and he's breathing out this big smoke cloud, and that is it, pretty much.
Yeah, it's one of the most deers you've ever made.
It is.
And then you obscured.
It is actually way more deer-shaped, because I do know what a deer looks like, I just never make them look like it.
Dun, dun, dun,
He doesn't
dun,
have a face.
No face.
He doesn't have a face.
Beautiful.
I could give him, like, a little dot of an eye or something, but... One thing I will say is that the smoke is, it is smoke, you can tell that it's layered like that, but it was kind of hard to figure out how to make a smoke cloud properly, and I'm not convinced I did it the best way.
It's a little square.
It's not only is it like a little square, because I knew it had to come out here, but then it has to rope around here, but I also don't want to cover the antlers, and you see I ran into an issue. And you can't quite tell. I think it would have been better if it was maybe 2 different colors so that I could have it much more fluffier and intersecting like that rather than just one color about 4 different times. But no, he's a very simple concept, and I did it. I think he has great antlers.
Yeah, the antlers are very good.
I like the antlers a lot, and, you know, he has some tiny little dots on him. So, you know, he's okay, but he's not really a champ. Here's 73. I don't know what's wrong with 73.
Nothing's wrong with 73. Oh, no! Now there's something wrong. You killed him.
I just made him. He just lost an egg. It's okay. I left the glue stick out overnight. Oh, no. Oh, no. Emergency repair. 1 second.
Oh, dear God.
It hardens. Sorry, I had to just tear off the top of the glue stick because it hardened. It's glue. It's a cheap glue stick. Anyways, this is... a guy.
This is what I have to live with. Absolute savagery.
Oh my gosh. He is a tropical, like, I think I was inspired by the ring octopus because I was making a octopus creature with rings. But he has a frog head, and I don't know why he has frog spawn on his tongue.
He's eating them.
Either he's eating them or maybe he's laying them.
Yeah, maybe that's how he lays them.
Maybe that's how he lays them. Like, I don't know. But, you know, I like his colors, and I guess his design is probably okay.
I love him.
It's not my typical kind of design, so he feels very different somehow.
Yeah, he's different, but I like him.
He's different, which is probably a good thing, but I just feel like he stands out in some way. But no, he's just a little guy, and, you know, he's a little octopus. He has a little frog-shaped head. And
yeah, I don't know why, but suddenly I've had a vision of this being the head of the Statue of Liberty. You gave him like a body, it would be the Statue of Liberty body.
Oh, right, if you gave him like a little neck down here. Oh, that's fun. I've always thought, because these are supposed to be legs, not head tentacles. Like, these are legs.
But it's just because it's got that kind of like crown-like sort of appearance that just my vision now is this is the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, they're not meant to be head tendrils, but I totally see what you mean. I mean, so you take him and then you go like, has anyone considered what if you gave him, you know, like this, and then he has like a little brooch down here, and I mean she's like holding a book or something. I'm not here to make a proper Statue of Liberty art, but yeah, no, I'm now quite into this idea. Now I clearly should make the body as well.
You're welcome, my dear. I fixed them.
No, clearly that's what's lacking. It won't fit in the container.
No, it's true.
Which is how I prioritize art. It's only about convenience art. It's not about anything else. Get back there.
Devastating.
74.
You just have to frame them all.
With what? And where? Okay, so here is 74, who is extremely reflective.
It's E.
No, this is not E. How dare you? It does remind me a bit of E. E is a D&D NPC that I have.
It's a god.
NPC god, you know.
Who we hate.
Who we love.
I mean, we redeemed her last time.
Yeah, you know. Well, she just had to take a nap. She was just stressed,
she was
okay?
stressed.
She was just stressed. E is a character that I've had for a very long time. This is not E, but now I'm talking about E.
It's E.
And E is like a tiny pink gremlin alien, basically. E originally showed up as... E's journey is long and torrid. I had an OC who was basically Mew from Pokemon, like my humanization, but not humanization because they were space gods. And like, it's this insane crossover of all sorts of things I had when I was a kid in my head. I didn't write any of it down, which makes it a little hard to remember. But E was basically Mew. And in this world, Mew was an interdimensional god who created life with the aid of other gods who would usually control planets. But she would go and actually create the DNA required to like make a variety of species. It would be like a god would basically like pitch what they wanted, and she was the one who would usually do the shaping of the species. This is my epic Pokemon fan fiction, but legitimately, because it was. In that world, Ho-Oh was god, because this is pre-Arceus, and now I have a grudge against Arceus, which I said I wasn't going to explain yesterday.
And yet we're here.
Yes, but the reason I do is basically because I had this whole OC system of E was like the assistant to Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh created the Pokemon world. All of the Pokemon were like gods. Ho-Oh was like a space being, basically, who was put in charge of an empty planet and like made it his own thing. And E was basically the assistant who would come and help shape life and things like that. And E's other thing is that she was an interdimensional traveler, and so she was always constantly able to jump between different timelines, which meant that at any point there was like a million of her in existence, and they were thus always micromanaging everything in multiple places at once, because it was just her copying herself over a bunch of timelines or just straight up cloning herself. And she was wonderful.
We got her to take a nap.
Yeah, so in D&D, when I was making my D&D world, this is such a friggin' long journey of it. Because before we get to D&D, then we get to the fact that I was like, I got older and I was like, oh, this is my weird Mary Sue world about all this crazy crossover and Pokemon stuff. And kind of on a joke with Clementine, my friend, I was like, I could write this. What if I took all of my crazy Mary Sue stuff and I made it into a book? And so I wrote a book which is called The Ascension. I think I changed it later to be The Ascension of Aster Lohan, because I wanted to make it stand out a little bit more from just The Ascension. And that was where I basically took my Mary Sue character, who was called like Aster or Asterix. Asterix, like it was meant to be like the punctuation symbol. But then I learned later there was like those Nordic guys. I like took her and I like kind of did it as a serious thing, where instead she was once this overpowered like child of a bunch of important people chosen by God and all that. Instead it's like kind of a dark story where she is chosen by God as like an experiment to slowly ascend to godhood, and it's horrifying. So it was this lovely little thing I did, and that was based on my Mary Sue world, which is based on Pokemon. And then when I had to do D&D, I wanted to do D&D, I was making my original world.
You were forced at gunpoint.
I love D&D. And so I was like, oh, I kind of have this extra world around. There's some fun ideas here world-wise. I can turn this into my D&D setting. And that's how we get E as the Elder God, who was this interdimensional being micromanaging everything. And the big twist of the world, basically, I don't care, I can tell you guys. The big twist of the world, basically, being that the whole D&D planet is this plane that is constantly being recycled as like a testing ground for gods. So the current all-god is Ikina, who is Ho-Oh, but, not Ho-Oh anymore, IP different. And so Ikina has been in charge for like thousands of years at this point, but that's a small time for like a god. And Ikina was once immortal, basically chosen by E as an experiment to make your own planet, run your own thing, and I'll pretend to be like a minor god or something like that, but really she's sort of micromanaging everything at all times. And the D&D party plot line of the last full campaign I ran was basically that she'd been doing this for so long, it was causing a sort of rot and corruption, because it was the thesis of she clones herself, her clones clone herself, the clones clone themselves, and similar to how cancer works, eventually you get some that go bad, more that go bad, and it just replicates like crazy. And also she was just splitting hairs at all times and so tired.
Yeah, so we befriended her and made her take a nap.
Yeah, basically. I had this whole 3-stage boss planned out for E, and they really did some convincing role-playing, and so it was like, no, she'll agree instead of fighting you.
I had an entire arc learning about friendship.
I know, it was a powerful story about like friendship and being able to share responsibility with other people and trust others, and I was like, wow, that's good. And so I was like, okay, you win. And then I made them fight the boss anyways, because I did the whole 3-stage boss.
Yeah, that was in a like like in an alternate timeline where we decided to fight her instead. Which we still won.
You did, but it was fun because I had all of that planning done, which was mostly my planning was like my crazy weird boss thing.
Anyway, this is E.
This is not E. This is not E. This is just a guy who very much looks like a cousin of my fake Pokemon who's a keyring. I think that I just sort of wanted to messing around with the idea like this. And I like them. What if we just move on from that? I say nothing more about this one. I just say, okay, we talked about E for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, we need to move on to the next one, which is very important.
Oh, God. Okay, so the next one is very special. And we're going to see this guy in particular one day again when I do my Warhammer video. So anyone who knows Warhammer, who's somehow stuck through this whole video, but also really knows Warhammer, will not recognize what this is. Because
whole video. We've got like an hour left at least.
Yeah, whatever the heck. I mean, we're on like 75.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is Dreadyes, who's number 75, which is a dreadnought, haha, funny joke, from the Warhammer universe, except not really. I read Warhammer, and I'll do a video on it at some point, hopefully soonish. We'll see. I have 800 projects. And
I read the Night Lords.
I read the first book of the Night Lords trilogy, and in it there was this thing called a dreadnought, which was like a giant robot walker, and they specifically like take dead spacemen, space marines, which are like these soldier guys, and they put them in these coffins where they're like semi-preserved even though they're dead, and then they will slot them into these walkers so that these kind of dead guys then will pilot the giant robots because they're super skilled. And that's like, I guess, fun in concept, but the description of it made me think it was full of like green goo, and there was like a coffin where you could see the body, and then it like slots in like a video game cartridge and they control it, or like floats around or something. I had a really specific idea of it.
Yeah.
Only after I wrote my review and stuff did I go and do more research into Warhammer and like Google what it looked like, and I was like, this doesn't look anything like how I pictured. So I made one out of paper instead, and this is my ideal little guy. You have the little coffin up here, and it's a little stomper. You know, this is all goo that, like, the coffin rattles around in there.
Yeah, it just sort of floats about.
Yeah, it does. It's like one of those...
You shake it up, and it...
It's yeah, like a magic 8-ball sort of thing. It's just wiggling around in there.
Lava lamp deal.
Yeah, exactly. And I just really loved the idea of it, and I loved my little drawing of what I imagined it would look like. And I was like, I have to make him out of paper, and I really love him.
Yeah, he's really cool.
He's not recognizable at all as a Warhammer thing, but that is his origin, and he's special to me. And so that's number 75. Gently throws. Okay, 76. We are on... Oh, I don't think somebody fell, but maybe. Here's 76.
Fine. He's a little guy.
He's a little guy.
He's a little slug guy.
I mean, he's just sort of a little... I think he's more of a caterpillar. He has legs.
He does have legs, but it's
These
very...
are legs.
Yeah, I know they're legs, but also, like, the way that the back is all sort of, like, that makes me think of slug.
It's meant to be, like, segmented-ish, kind of, like a caterpillar.
Oh,
but not
it looks more
strictly...
gooey.
It is more gooey than segmented, you're right, because it's not clear, like, bumps. But it does have the bumps. And he's a robot, too, which you can probably tell, but if we bring him up here, you can see much more. His little antenna, his little dots and rivets. He has a little tail.
Little flower.
I do kind of feel like I probably should have added stripes to this tail, actually, when I just look at it to compare. I feel weird editing them in post, basically. Like, I will sometimes repair ones. I mean, yeah. I have replaced the limb or two if the paper has completely been damaged. But I always feel a bit weird going back and doing a significant change. But I probably should line this one because I think that would add cohesion. He's a simple design. You know, it's not like the most wild idea that I'm, you know, wildly in love with. I'm saying wild a lot as I mess with the lights. But I think he works.
Yeah, I like him.
He's just a little guy. Remote control guy. Next up, who do we have? Oh, it's the Druffs. Okay, the Druffs are... Here's Mr. Druft. Ah, no. Here's Druft Jr. Oh, he's upside down. Okay. Father and son. Father and son is a bit mean of me to say, actually, because these are aliens. They don't have gender.
Yeah.
This is specifically book characters, though. I have the book on me like a fancy person. So, Embers of War is a sci-fi space opera space trilogy. Space twice in there. I don't usually read this genre, as you might wonder. And, yeah, I don't usually read this kind of genre, and I never read it before. And again, I have to cop to the fact that I know the author. I don't know him well, Gareth L. Powell, but basically there's a very small convention that I go to that he goes to every single year. The first year I went was like 3 or 4 years ago, and I went alone, maybe 5 years ago. I went alone though, because basically my favorite author ever, Philip Reeve, was going to be there. And I was like, oh my god, Philip Reeve is going to be in a nearby city, and I can go see him, basically. You know, I can get him like to sign something, and
yes.
Maybe we can chat. Like, he wasn't a guest or anything. Philip, when he goes, he's only gone like twice since I've been going. He's been avoiding me.
It's like, oh god, I've got to leave.
But I've only like seen him there once. But when he's gone, he generally goes as like a guest or whatever. It wasn't that he was doing a panel. I was just excited that my favorite author was going to go to this. And it's a very tiny convention of like. The numbers vary. I mean, probably like 100.
Yeah,
but like
100
most people,
time.
the people who go all day and things, you know, that's going to be a core group of like 30 or 40 people who are there all day. And also a lot of the same people go every year. It's this really lovely community. And I went completely alone though. And I have actually really bad anxiety in very specific situations. It's usually okay, but I'm very bad at entering into conversations in a social situation where I'm not 100% confident, which sounds normal, but like it's very severe for me a lot of the times. I went to you can say
it's the autism.
Okay. Yeah, okay, you can diagnose me. I was going to talk about like board game
the board game thing.
Yeah, okay. Which is that, like, last year, or whatever, this year even, there was a board game day, an event, which I was so excited to do, an all-game board game day. It was like, bring your own board games, we have our own board games, everybody's there just to play board games all day. It was for charity, and I was just so pumped about it. And I went in there and I took a bunch of my favorite board games, but ones that would be good for like parties and strangers and things like that.
Yeah.
And I was like ready to join a group or anything, and I stood there and I sat basically for like an hour, and I was just like, maybe someone will approach me because I don't know how to talk to anybody. I was just like making sad eyes vaguely in the direction of people, like, somebody please say something.
Yeah, I was getting glasses at the same time, like across the street basically, which, I mean, I also don't turn out great in the story because I spent like an hour choosing glasses, but in my defense it was the first time I'd ever bought them, so I had no idea what I was doing. But yeah, so we got lunch together and I was like, do you want me to come to the board game thing with you?
Yeah, once you went it was fine, because then when I have a friend as backup it becomes much easier, and also you could do the things for me.
And then I destroyed everyone at King Domino and won us a bunch of games.
Yeah, you won the whole tournament.
Despite never having played it before.
Yeah, I mean, we all just learned the day of. It was a very fun day and it was great. But basically when I have like a new event like that, I have absolutely crippling social anxiety, where most of the time I'm much better than I used to be when I was like a teen. And basically, again, first con that I went to of this specific convention, Gareth was there. He goes every single year, and he's lovely. And I was sitting alone at the bar. Like, I'd gone to like a panel or two, but I hadn't really properly talked to anybody because I was just too shy and nervous about it. So I was at the bar. It's set in a hotel. There's basically like a large bar area, so a lot of people during the day just sit there and like eat or drink or whatever and chill. It's called BarCon, in fact, because so many people hang out at the bar. It's like a minute away, basically. It's in the same building across the hall, so it's just right there. And Gareth basically invited me to join his group of other people he was talking about. And that was so nice because after I started talking to people, I was in the group. I could go back to join the group if I had to go to a panel or something. Everyone was super lovely. I had some great conversations with a bunch of interesting people. And so it was just really nice. And that was Gareth L. Powell. So I was just really thankful for that. And he was just a really cool guy. So I obviously, when I saw that he was an author and things, I went to actually check out his books. And it's the same thing with Finn, who is directly my friend, whereas Gareth, we have talked over the years at the convention, but otherwise not really like pals or anything. We're acquaintances. Like with Finn, though, it's of course a thing of like, I wonder if I'm going to like it or not. And I really, really liked it, even though it's not a genre I read. I picked it up because I was like, I want to support this guy who was really nice to me and very cool, and I want to see what it is. It didn't sound like it was going to be like boring or anything, but I wasn't sure because I don't read this genre. And it was absolutely a blast. Embers of War is this space opera that is basically like a found family sort of space opera where the main components of the family are like this kind of grungy bisexual captain with a severe trauma, a very angry woman with severe trauma, this guy, this little guy.
With his little spanner.
Well, he's the engineer.
Yep.
And a sentient spaceship who is half dog.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's a really fun, like, kind of space adventure. There's a lot of action in it. It's a trilogy. I've read the whole trilogy. I really do recommend it. And so I really liked the Druff, who are these alien guys. The Druff are just a really fun idea of an alien species. They have I'm going to put the book away so I can pick them up now. They have a face on every single limb. So you can see here on that is meant to be like a little mouth. They have a mouth surrounded by a bunch of little eyes.
Yeah.
I don't think they're actually blue. This is obviously my design, but they have all of their hands have mouths and faces on them, and they are non-gendered. This one here would be Nod. Nod is the engineer on the ship. Nod uses like it pronouns basically. They don't identify in that way because they are this really interesting alien species. Yeah, and this is the sun. Yeah. They're this really interesting alien species where they basically come from a planet where the trees have colonized them as the aliens. So the trees are this sort of semi-sentient forest that spans the entire world ecosystem. And these guys have been, over the many years, basically trained by the trees in a way. They have a symbiotic relationship where they take care of the tree. So they do things like repairing the tree from damage and things like that. They care for the tree.
With a spanner.
And so, no, with like tree stuff. But then when like the space race comes along and all these things, they have this natural inclination where they always want to fix everything. They're very relaxed beings who basically just like to hang out in like your vent of your spaceship. They love to fix everything. They just want things to be fixed, and they like just the order and the helping, and they just sort of consider that their duty to fix things and take care of things as part of like their religion to this great tree. And so I just thought they're these lovely little aliens. I love them. And later in the series, Nod does reproduce and lay some eggs. And so we get this one, who is only one of the children stays with Nod, and that is George.
George?
I believe the name is George.
George. I love George.
Yeah, and George is just little. Is little and training under Nod, basically.
Nice.
And so they're my precious. There's some of my faves. You get POVs from Nod, and absolutely lovely. So Embers of War is just this really underrated and super fun, like, sci-fi series that, I really would recommend it. Okay, I know that we spend so long talking about this, but I hope it's fun. I think it's probably more fun now that you're here, at least, because it's not just me talking insane. I know that I talk so much and I ramble a lot, I'm sorry.
What?
But this is Naughty.
I love Naughty.
You can tell the story of Naughty. How about that?
Okay, so in the D&D campaign that I'm running at the moment, one of the players is playing a plasmoid, a sentient slime, basically, who is a wizard. And they decided that they were going to get a familiar. And this is that familiar, basically, which is they made it out of themselves, so they took some of the slime of their body out of them to make into their familiar. The mask that they're wearing is a weasel mask, which was stolen from one of the other members of the party after they did some murders, to make them pay for that.
As punishment for the murder.
Yeah, as punishment for murder, we stole your mask and we put it onto
the slime weasel.
The slime weasel. So, it was named Noddy.
I don't remember why.
The slime is called Sobby. I don't know why it's Noddy. I think it just sort of went to a vote, and I think maybe
somebody said
I think it might have
probably
been
Xander. It's usually Xander, and thus it became canon, as many things are.
And Sobby just sort of pumps him to get goo out of him, and that's how Cubers works. He just pumps
he milks him, like how you'd milk an udder. He he takes his little weasel friend, he's a little slime blob. I mean, he's often shaped like a person, but he's technically just a formless blob that can be person-shaped. And so he takes it, he grows some little hands, and he pumps this thing like an udder to basically milk cure wounds out of it. And that's how he casts cure wounds.
And now no one wants to be injured.
Yeah, no, it's a real difference from being,
this
doing
is how
that sort
you
of thing.
prevent having to heal people.
Yeah,
just make the way you do cure wounds actually disgusting.
Yeah, drink from the drink the naughty ooze.
Oh God.
Okay, so naughty, that's 78, by the way. You get to talk about 79 too.
Oh, no. You're not going to describe my favourite boy?
Fine. It's Astaroth.
It's my man.
It's Astaroth. I mean, actually, what we could just say, sorry, no more information disclosed, thank you.
Yeah, he does appreciate discretion.
Yeah, exactly. This is another D&D thing. This is Astaroth. I think that in my Sweet Evil video, I had a really long pause where I said the word Astaroth.
You did.
I was reading my review, and I had forgotten that Astaroth was the name of one of the demons in there. Because they all have demon names, but for most of the review, I was, for the sake of people not having to keep track of 8 million names, I usually just shorten these things to, like, the demon dad or whatever. And I forgot that one of the demon dads is Astaroth. And I was like, just like in D&D.
Beloved D&D NPC Astaroth.
He is beloved D&D NPC and Astaroth. As you can tell, he is made of living shadows. Now, I have a very solid suspicion that Elle will never watch this video and that we could say spoilers, but we probably shouldn't. I don't know what if Elle does watch my whole video.
This is Elle's best friend.
So I can't make any more remarks about certain things about Astaroth, but Astaroth is a very polite and mannered guy made entirely of shadows.
Yeah, he's an ex-archdevil.
He was an archdevil for a bit, then he escaped. I helped him escape in a different campaign, and that was by accident, and he wasn't that much help.
What do you mean? He defeated Zuctamoy.
He helped us with Zuctamoy, I guess.
He helped defeat a demon lord.
It wasn't worth Lex's soul.
That wasn't his fault. That was Orod's fault.
Yeah, well, you're archdevils. Okay, so Astaroth was an archdevil, and he escaped. He lived for like 2,000 years just hanging out on the material plane, and then he got put back in hell for a bit, and then inexplicably, to everybody's surprise, he then was made the All-God.
Yeah,
and
inexplicably, you made him All-God.
I was also there making him All-God in a different campaign, except the character that made him All-God thought he was a librarian and didn't fully understand what he was, which was an extremely powerful being, perhaps a little nefarious, who's to say. There's something a little suspicious about him, but he's so nice.
He's so lovely, he's so polite, he likes tea.
He is one of the most,
everyone loves selling their
characters
soul to him.
Yeah, he's one of the top characters in the 5 realms, probably the best person to sell your soul to. He's very lovely. He was one of my character's archdevil granddad. He was another character's, I don't know what he was to Lex, but he helped out in the end. We always bump into this guy. He's always getting into some sort of thing, but he looks so nice.
He's so polite.
And yeah, this guy here, I took a lot of painstaking, I wish the autofocus worked better, but it doesn't. So he is wearing a little kind of butler uniform. He was a butler when he was in hell, in addition to being an archdevil. You can't super see a lot of the details in the lighting, but you can tell there's a line right down there carved. He has even the bottom vest. I put a lot of work into this suit because
he deserves it.
Suits and clothing are very hard, and like I say, with people-shaped guys, it's hard to make them look right. So he is properly wearing a butler. I think I probably just searched butler, but he's wearing one of the proper uniforms. I took care with that.
And you gave him evil red eyes.
Oh yeah, I don't think he canonically has eyes.
He doesn't canonically have eyes.
Yeah, no. I kind of assumed he had little eyes poking out of the shadows in there.
Occasionally I describe that you can see glimpses of facial features either within or under the shadows, but that's usually his mouth if anyone sees anything, which is usually, it might catch a glimpse of maybe a smile among the shadows.
I definitely thought he had eyes, so he has the evil eyes. Lastly, in this section, we're on 80, by the way. Lastly, 80.
How could you throw Astaroth like that?
I throw Astaroth in the trash. Because we have much cooler.
How dare you say us.
So,
These guys are friends.
I put them together. Actually, I think these are worst enemies because I think this is devil and this is demon.
Yeah, you're right.
And so these are rivals, and this is just like.
Does Astaroth like demons? Who's to say?
We can't say that. Elle might be listening. Probably not. So this is devil. You see, and this is a fiend. The cooler fiend, if I may say. Anyways.
He's not a fiend, but anyway.
This guy's not a fiend either. So this guy, you will definitely not recognize as a thing from a book. And nobody will get this, even if you know this rather famous book. It's Childhood's End. I love Childhood's End. This is a very famous old book by Arthur C. Clarke, as you can see here. And I don't think he pictured this, but he did describe this. I have it actually, I think, if I'm reaching on my computer to grab the exact description in the text, because I'm pretty sure I took a screenshot of why I based it on this. So, first off, by the way, I'm giving book recs apparently. Childhood's End is amazing. It's one of the best sci-fi stories. It's considered that. It's from like the 60s? Oh, gosh. Childhood's End. I love Childhood's End.
Yeah, you made me watch it.
Yeah, I love it. The miniseries is good. I will say that. It's 1954, and for 54 too, it's just really good. It's also way more progressive than, I read a lot of pulp books, which is like this sort of mass market paperback from older eras, and I'll do a video on them at some point because I collect a lot of pulp and I love reading pulp. And for a pulp book too, it's also very progressive, which is really crazy to see when you think about the fact it was from 1954.
Yeah.
But he was having a vision of the future where, for example, there's a black character and he's just a guy.
He's just a guy?
Can you? I read a lot of pulp, and pulp will have a lot of weird racism in it. If it's not explicit racism, there'll be just weird race stuff, and there almost certainly, if there is, then. If there's not weird race stuff, then there will just simply be no non-white characters. Like, it's from a different era, and I'm not going to talk too widely about pulp with this sort of thing, because I love pulp, and you can find some amazing pulp books, but you often do have to go in with the idea of just, in truth, in the 50s, there's a level of racism, things like that, where it's, like, definitely not okay. Like, none of it's okay, but there's also a level of certain ignorance where you get the feeling that the author, if they wrote it today, with broader social norms and probably just more education that you get from just the way social times have changed, they probably wouldn't added the slight weird details that you get in a lot of these pulp books that make them a little unpleasant to read at times. But Childhood End is one of those books that doesn't do that, and it's from the 50s, which is older than a lot of the books I read, where I read pulp from like the 80s, and it's like, okay, it was a different time, so I get why you didn't think carefully about not making your women all like these really static objects, because it was the norm, but you still did it. Whereas this book doesn't really have it for women as much.
No women allowed.
There are women, but they're just sort of like more like mothers kind of things. But it's overall way more progressive than you think. I'm just talking about Childhood's End. I didn't even say anything about what it's about.
You haven't explained at all who this guy is.
So Childhood's End, this is also a really big spoiler for Childhood's End I'm about to give.
Huge spoiler for Childhood's End.
It's a huge spoiler for Childhood's End,
It's literally the twist.
It's literally the twist. Okay, so, I mean, you know, it's more than just a book with a twist. But Childhood's End is a story of first contact. It's about, exactly that. It's about one day the Earth is visited by a bunch of spaceships and they just hover there for a long time, and then they reach out to one man to represent Earth, basically. And they're like, here we are, we're called the Overlords, and we're here to help, basically. And they pretty quickly give out some strict rules for Earth. They're like, no more weapons, no more nukes or anything, they basically give out strict, like, anti-violence laws and things like that. They cure diseases. They're just helping in every single way. And there's a lot in the book. It's set in 3 different parts. And it basically is the progression from this first contact to about, 50 or 100 years later. So you get to kind of see in these, little snippets how the world evolves and changes and things, which is just really cool to see. It's just a very good sci-fi. And one thing, too, is that the big mystery, as you might guess, is who are these aliens? Can we trust them? Because everybody on Earth, some people are like, it's great, they're solving all our problems, they're helping people. And then other people are like, well, we don't want our problem solved because we want to be in charge of our own decisions. We're humans, so we deserve that. Well, other people are like, well, why are they doing this? Is it suspicious? And also, adding to this is the fact that the aliens won't show their face. Blur this guy out. So the aliens also refuse to show their face. They just talk through this, like, faded glass mirror, basically, the entire time. And they just won't reveal themselves. They say, like, Earth, you're not ready for us. In, like, 50 years from, like, the first contact or so, we will go and do it. But it will only be when, like, Earth is ready for it. And so I'm already talking about what they look like because he's right here, but the big reveal then, which is not the full extent of the book, it's like 50% in, is that they look like devils. So that was basically why. Everybody looks at them and they're shocked because they just look like our typical depiction of a devil. Not exactly like this, but they actually wear suits. They're not completely naked. But kind of like space suit kind of things. But yeah, they have horns, they have like big tails, they have, clawed hands, wings, they're huge and scary looking. And obviously, if they'd shown up immediately like that, everyone would have freaked out. But also they just say, hey, we just look like that, and we realize that it would have been bad to just show up.
Contrary for you, this doesn't look great.
Yeah, so I'm not going to talk about the final twists and things about in the book, but basically they look like this, and to them it makes sense. It's like, well, we just look like your cultural idea of like a devil and stuff, and that's bad. You can see why we didn't reveal it immediately. But there's still a lot of mystery in the air about like their true intentions and what's going on with the overlords. And it's such a good story. And there's a mini series as well. So if you're not like, it's not a big book at all. It's a very quick read. I mean, it's pulp, so it has like the small text-ish, but it's like 180 pages in this sort of smaller size book. It's a really quick read. And it's fantastic sci-fi. It's a classic. And there's a mini series. It was done by Sci-Fi. And the mini series is actually really good. There's some people who like question the adaptation. I need to rewatch it after having read the book because I saw the series first. But it's actually a really faithful adaptation. Yeah. I think it does a lot of good things. It's not set in the 50s or something when this is. So there's a couple changes and they kind of add a bit more character because overall this follows a bunch of different characters. So they kind of made more of a main character.
Yeah.
Because it's like that one guy.
Yeah, the one guy.
Yeah, and they add some backstory of like his wife and stuff. That's not in the original book. But it makes sense why they would try to add more of a main character because there isn't really one. But it's a great adaptation. And also the designs for the overlords in that slap. Like, you've already seen this, so you can probably, like, avoid spoilers, but, hit up your image search and just hit down, like, Overlord's Childhood's End Sci-Fi and, like, look at the costume design for it because it's really good. Like, Sci-Fi actually did really good on that. The trailer for it's also very good. I don't know why I'm saying this, but it really is. I'm so excited by it. It's one of my favorite stories, as you can tell. Part of Bad End is called Childhood's End.
Yep.
For very specific reasons I won't get into, but there's some allusions to it because it's such a good story. I love it. Okay. Anyways, so
what a guy.
Talking about the overlords. First of all, I love this paper craft. He's one of my favorite little guys I made.
I love the buckles.
The buckles are very small and precise. They're not actually cut out. They're a black square on top, but you can't really tell that, and they work very effectively. I love his little things, his lines. He has the extra things here. I gave him some extra spikes. He's smoking the sick blunt. I love this guy. And I drew him as a paper sketch because basically when I was reading the book, I got to the part where they described the overlords. I'd already seen the series, so I knew the twist that they look like devils.
Yeah.
But I didn't know what to expect because this is the original text. And to my surprise, there were a couple details about them that really surprised me. To my surprise, I was surprised. So I'm going to read a bit from Childhood's End, which is not like the most exciting snippet, but this is why he looks like this. Okay, so it's starting by saying they were from a world of much lower gravity. They were never seen without a belt adorned with complex mechanisms which, it was generally believed, controlled their weight and enabled them to communicate with each other. Direct sunlight was painful to them, and they never stayed in it for more than a few seconds. When they had to go out into the open for any length of time, they wore dark glasses which gave them a somewhat incongruous appearance. Though they seemed to be able to breathe terrestrial air, they sometimes carried small cylinders of gas from which they refreshed themselves occasionally. Now, I made it look a bit like a blunt for a joke, like he's smoking it, but this is like a little cylinder of gas. Perhaps these... Yeah, and then they talk a little bit more about, their physical appearance. But basically, they wear a sick belt.
Yeah.
They have shades.
Yeah.
And they're vaping all the time.
Yeah.
And I was like, that is so funny to me that these classic sci-fi aliens are running around, like like, I understand that they're holding tubes and, you know, a more complex thing, but they're just these cool little guys, you know, cool running around with glasses and vaping.
But, you know, on the scale of not devil design, this is peak design, Soz.
Not devil design?
Yeah, well, they're both not devils.
Yes. This is an alien.
Yeah.
This is a bastard.
How did you say that about Asteroth?
Sorry, this is a prime.
Yeah, that's a prime.
They're all bastards, the primes, though. Ooh, it's number 81. Number 81, I mean, simple concept. I wanted to just make a little leafy guy. He really reminds me of Adventure Time when I stare at him.
Yeah, he does have sort of an Adventure Time
I don't know, maybe it's
vibe.
The dot eyes. Maybe they have like a leaf person. I never watched Adventure Time, but I mean, it kind of does make me think of one. 81 doesn't have a name, but he's lovely. I mean, I like him. He's just a little guy. He's quite simple. I mean, it's just like, hey, leaves, simple leaves. Face. These little things make it more like pigtails is what I wanted to do. With see, there's like 2 leaves up here that then stand out to the rest, which the lighting hates picking up. But no, he's just someone. I don't have a lot to say about him.
He's got little boots.
He has boots. I love doing big boots. This is one of those things where it's a design quirk too. I like drawing just a big old boot. I like a little leg and then I draw the boot huge, and that's fun to me. Yeah,
they're like wellies.
Yeah, you know, it's fun. So 81, bringing us up to 82. 82 is a,
It's a Pokemon.
Is he a Pokemon?
A little bit, I think.
Maybe.
Like a grass type.
Yeah, I guess. To be fair, he's a little bit too... Yeah, I guess. I do like him. Yeah. He has the little cowboy boots. Our lighting has changed significantly again, as is usually the case in this. It's probably fine. So, yeah, he has little cowboy boots and a sort of looping vine body. I like his little eyes. I think my concept for this was I wanted to make a little face that would poke out of something.
Yeah.
And then I just went from there. I like him. Just a little face poking out from something very big like that.
Reminds me of something, but I can't
It kind of
remember
makes me
what it's called.
Pikmin is my thought.
It wasn't what I was thinking of, but also I can't remember what I was thinking of, so this commentary is useless.
Yeah, these boots are made for walking.
They are, and he's walking.
So next up we have sort of a series, it might not be all in a row, but we have a semi-series that we're going to refer to a few times. It's called the Graduation Series.
Yeah, we went to our friend's graduation.
We've mentioned Xander, it was Xander.
Yeah.
And Xander was graduating, and obviously we went to go support the friend, and it was nice.
It was very nice for the 5 seconds that were about Xander.
Yeah. I was reading a really bad book at the time, but then when the ceremony goes on, I can't read during the ceremony, even though it takes like 2 hours for them to announce all of the many other people. But also I have ADHD, and I also just... It's so boring. It's so hard to deal with. I hated my own graduation, and I'm like obviously gonna go support friend and, you know, yell when, you know, the friend's graduating, but I was so bored and so unwell.
We stocked you up on paper.
Oh my gosh. So I brought myself some paper and pens because I anticipated this sort of thing, and drawing helps me focus anyways, and I don't consider it rude because I was paying attention. In fact, paying more attention.
We were also like on the end. So
we were way up in the top. Yeah, too. But anyways, so basically I was in that theater for ages, and I was like, oh, I could design some guys. A lot of them I do improvise as I go along. I do a couple of them, and some of the ones we've seen and such, where I do draw it ahead of time. And I was like, I could try and make some designs, but I was not having many ideas for designs. And I just wound up staring at the theater that we were in for a very long time, because it was like 2 hours.
Yep.
And so I made a whole series of them based on things I could see in the theater, basically. You can probably tell this is the stage. So the theater itself is this really nice Art Deco one. This doesn't have the Art Deco at all. But it's this really lovely Art Deco with lots of crazy design elements. So there was a lot I could look at and have fun with.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in that place.
There's a crazy light, which I did, and some other things like that. So this one here is clearly just, there's a stage. There's text on the top, which I don't know. We have some lights here. These are just sort of curtains, but they make into dog ears. At the bottom here, I wish it was a bit clearer, but this is a stage. The light really actually obscures the lines even more somehow, which is pretty wild. So knocks the microphone. Hopefully okay. This and here, there are individual lines here because it's meant to be steps. So the bottom here is meant to be the stage. These are meant to be the steps. And then I had to give it limbs. She's not my favorite of them.
She's not my favorite.
I really struggled because I liked my sketch for it so much. I was like, this is a great idea of this sort of like pigtail dog, like a fancy prissy dog with like the really flowing ears like that. But its face is a screen, which has some text on it, which I don't know what the text says. But I think, to my memory, it is something of, oh my gosh.
You didn't translate this one?
Yeah, I didn't. To be fair, I definitely, like, the first... It's not like a secret where I live, but the first word is literally like the city.
Fair.
But no, it's me remarking that the graduation is very boring.
Yeah.
That's almost certainly what's written on here to my memory. And I loved my sketch for it, and I just feel like it just didn't work how I quite wanted it to, because it's like the curtains, the camera, the like doing it like a little dog. I wish the stage was clearer, but no, it was a really fun experiment though to do a design based on something like just an object. And I have a couple other ones that I haven't even done yet, but I do have some other sketches and things based on like looking at like a lamp or a counter, and you can kind of just have fun trying to ascribe that into a little guy like this. Yeah. It's a fun experiment if you need like ideas and things like that. So this is 83, who's called Graduation Stage. I just named all of them after, you know, the bit. And on my website too, I mean, it's not really a big secret, any of this, but on my website too, if you actually click on the more information about most of these ones, I usually have an image of the actual thing I was looking at in comparison, which maybe may or may not, you know, reflects well on how accurate it is. So number 84 is a fun one. I really like number 84.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
Who is extremely reflective. Number 84 is the rigging. This is another one from the graduation one. Obviously, it's not explicitly the most themed to the exact location because it's just themed on a lighting rig.
Yeah, lighting rigs.
Yeah, like these are spotlights. This is just sort of the above stage. You have these sorts of girders with alternating lights like that. And, you know, usually I think it was probably blue and yellow like cords or something of why I picked it. But I really liked the design. I think it's fun. He's like kind of dancing. He's sporty. It's very object head, which sometimes I do kind of object head. Like the last one was like an object head stage, but this one especially has the object head where it's just like a big, it's not super recognizable, but if you knew what it was, it would be recognizable objects on top.
Yeah, I mean, it's recognizable to me, but I've been in a lot of theatres and I did lighting for a little bit.
Yeah, and also you know that it's meant to be like lighting related. It also, I think it does look weirdly like a Pokemon, but I super can't remember which one. There's like one of those Ultra Beasts that I swear to God there's like an Ultra Beast that looks something like this, but I never really played those ones, so I'm not sure. But no, he's jazzy, he's dancing. It's called rigging because it's just some rigging. They don't have interesting names, and that's 84. 85 is not something I saw on the I should just pretend it's something I saw on the stage. So this is something I saw in the theater.
Yeah, there was just a vase.
Yeah. This is the vase that was sitting there that I could clearly identify. Now this is just a different sketch I made at the time, but I really like the sketch. I mean, the central thesis for doing this one is make a really long looping neck. It's obviously made out of different papers, and you can kind of tell that because, you know, the sizing doesn't quite line up, especially here. But I just wanted to make a really long looping neck, and it's a little deer. It's an eye deer.
What? An eye deer?
Yeah, you know, my classic little guys. He looks a little bit more giraffe-like with those horns.
Yeah.
Well, the long neck also evokes giraffe. And this is meant to be sort of like a vase that it's like emerging from, and here's his little feet at the bottom. With the delicate little bow. The bow's probably my favorite part.
Yeah, the bow's nice.
The bow's just very charming. This part here, I guess if I had my way, it'd be levitating there with like see-through stuff instead. But it is entirely, I don't know, like maybe these two things here are secretly like you're wearing it, but you have to keep your neck at this angle the whole time or else that eye's not going to be there. But it was just like, I wanted to add a little bit more and I like the extra eye, even though it's kind of unnecessary and a bit confusing if you think about it too long.
I think it looks cool.
So this is 85. 86 is very special. Oh no. No. It's my brother. Kind of. So 86 is a bitey boy, as we like to call him.
He's a little guy.
He's just a little bitey boy. He's a bit smaller than I usually do, but I just sort of, during a quite difficult boss fight, which did in fact involve killing my character's brother, who is sort of possessed by a demon, a mouth-eating demon kind of guy.
Yeah.
He was possessed by a demon, and one of his attacks was basically sending out and creating these little bitey boys who would latch onto you and, like, suck your life, and also heal him.
Yeah.
And we really botched the battle, but...
you got there eventually.
We did get there eventually, and no one died.
But yeah, stage 1 took a long time because of these boys.
It was a hard little boss, but very enjoyable. And while we were doing it, I was just imagining, like, I'm thinking about them as, like, these little leeches with, like, a big mouth,
basically,
stuck in here. And so I had such a vivid little idea of it, and it's such a simple design. Like, it doesn't take very long to just make some teeth and white lines.
The attack and everything, it was based off of Sturges, which is another D&D monster, which are like little mosquito-like things that come and like bite you. And I was like, I can make this demonic.
Yeah.
Because the whole theming was around consuming and devouring as the types of demons
monster, hungry demon, yeah. But no, I just really liked my idea that popped in my head about what it might look like, and so I made him very quickly during the battle.
Yeah.
And hey, I was a real MVP in that battle. I was doing great.
Yeah, you did great.
I went down, I think, at least once, but
I think a lot of
ended
people
up
went
in the
down,
end.
but
in the end,
you all lived.
I got the finishing blow.
You did. You got to kill your brother.
I did. That was on request. I didn't want to kill my brother, but he was too far gone, and somebody else told me to do it. So, 87. This is Mr. Naruto. I didn't name him that specifically, but he does have the Naruto, like in the manga in the first arc, wears like this bright orange outfit, which I think has sort of like a dark blue to it.
Yeah.
So this is quite evoking of that as it is. So he's been dubbed Mr. Naruto. But yeah, he's just like a little shady little guy. I think he's a merchant is my vibe. I think he's like kind of, he makes me think of a fennec fox because of the color and the giant ears. So I think of him as like a little merchant who's gonna like open his coat and he's gonna be selling you wares.
I was gonna say it's giving me drug dealer vibes.
Yeah, I mean, he's suspicious.
But, I mean, no self-respecting drug dealer would wear this, but...
well, no, you blend in by standing out.
Right, that's how you do it.
No one would suspect you if you stand out that
bright
much.
Orange.
Yeah, because no one would suspect you of actually doing deals because you're so obviously standing out. No, I think that he, like, opens it. He also has a ton of hands. In the bottom here, it just blends in a lot. But if we actually flip him over, we can see that he has 7 hands already just at the bottom here. So I like to think that he opens it up and he has just tons and tons of like...
He's just all hands.
He's all like hands and really like spindly little arms, like just very tiny little arms. There's a kind of, this is such a specific reference, there's a kind of bird where I believe the male will carry its young under its wing, and when it's walking, you can look these up, they're like this water kind of bird, and when it's walking, the little ducklings, they're not ducks I think, the little bird's legs stick out under the wing, and it looks like the bird has like 80 different like feet basically, and they're very spindly. It looks a bit creepy, but it's also quite cool, and I imagine if you open this up, you're gonna get that like mess of limbs. And he's going to be selling you, maybe he is selling you drugs, but he's definitely a merchant, you know?
Yeah.
And he is called Mr. Naruto, though. And he's also, he's 87, so 88.
I like 88.
88's just a very basic but lovely guy.
Yeah, just a little mushroom guy.
I hadn't done a mushroom one before. Mushrooms are iconic, emblematic. Everyone loves a mushroom. They're stylish. They just look good. The red and white combo mushroom of this is the fly amarita. I don't know, you know, that kind of mushroom.
Yeah.
The classic spotted mushroom just looks good, and I hadn't done anything with mushrooms, and I was like, I should do that. I should make a little gnome who wears a mushroom as a hat, and it'd look good.
Yeah.
And I was pretty much right. Like, there's nothing radical about it. I kind of gave him a bit of, like, some planty growth going on here, and he sort of has earrings. He has his own little cape, is what this is, to match his mushroom hat. But he's fashionable. He's basically just a little forest gnome, basically.
It's fashionable forest gnome.
Yeah. You know, I'd probably play D&D gnomes if they looked more like little wild guys.
They can look like little wild guys.
They can.
What's stopping you?
I know, but they can't look, can it look like this?
Sure.
Can I say, I'm a gnome now, and I look like I'm just a little tiny little forest creature.
I'm literally your GM, yes, you can do that.
Oh my god. But that changes everything that we've ever, I mean, you've never not said that gnomes are covered in moss. You've never not said that.
You can absolutely be a gnome covered in moss.
But no, like, I want, like, all gnome society to be, like, living in, like, giant mushrooms and trees and, like...
Okay, maybe not everywhere, but yeah, it's definitely a thing somewhere in Moronia.
Yeah, like, it's a Feywild thing,
Plus
for
the
sure,
Underdark, because there's, like,
they love mushrooms.
I forget what they're called, the undernames.
They have a very strong name, because it's definitely, like, a Nordic mythological thing.
Yeah, and I cannot pronounce that.
Yeah. But no, he's just a little gnome guy. So that's 88. Number 89, we are moving back to my graduation phase here. It is the chandelier at the place.
Yeah.
The chandelier was one of I really liked my drawn design, but it was very hard to get that right with this. Especially since gold foil, I love this gold foil. But it is really difficult to work with because the gold half doesn't take glue very well. So you can stick it on the back, which is basically just white, but it's not very good at that, and it's not very good to sticking to itself.
Yeah.
So what I actually had to do, and what you can see here, is that it is a yellow base, and then I had to put the gold on in layers. And even then, it's not the most stable, because normally when I would do something like this, I just build it gold on top of gold like that. But I have to use the backing. I just hurt her. I have to use, like, the backing. It's the same with the hat, because otherwise the gold just doesn't stay. And, no, but otherwise I really like it.
Yeah, I know it's a chandelier. It does give me, like, old, like, Mario vibes. You know, when the villain would come in one of those little...
Bowser used to do that.
Yeah, Bowser used to do that and everything, of them just hopping in that little ship thing that's, like, they just sat in it.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like that. It also makes me think of, the classic... source for sitting in a little ship like that, like Baba Yaga, like flying around in like a mortar and pestle kind of thing.
Yeah.
So like, you know, perching out here, especially because this is like a witch. The actual chandelier in the building is insane. It's not a contained chandelier like this at all. Rather, the entire ceiling is basically one progressively smaller light fixture until it kind of dangles down at the end. So it's basically just layer after layer in a very broad shape, like just going in. It's a cool chandelier. It's not a chandelier, I keep calling it that. It's just a cool light. But I couldn't exactly capture quite that. But the shape was just so weird, I was like, I wanted to do something with it, even if this doesn't resemble the shape. And the idea of somebody kind of just peering and looking down at you from inside of it was fun.
Yeah.
And so I do quite like number 89 here. Next up, 90. 90 is special. So 90 is this, another one from the graduation section. I really like 90 because 90 is very much, it's because of what it's based on, but it very much looks like a thing that you'd see in a medieval window.
Yeah.
Like a stained glass, you know, they don't usually have all the eyes, but like the face poking out of the clouds.
Yeah, it's also... doesn't look like it, but it also reminds me of God in Monty Python.
Yeah, well, it's because it's a little face poking out of the clouds with the sort of sun streaks behind it. The actual, it's basically, this is a shield crest that was sitting in the corner of, like, next to the giant lighting fixture. And it doesn't look like this, but it doesn't not look like this.
Yeah, no.
I have the image, I'm looking at the image, maybe I'll have to put it in the video now that I've directly mentioned the image. But it's a series of these sort of circles next to a very large but empty shield, and the shield has spikes next to it, a little color ring here, and a crown. And so this is quite a bit like the original thing, but I thought...
and then you added the bit with all the eyes.
Yeah, and I also made it more like a cloud rather than just like a straight line of circles.
Yeah.
Because it brought to mind, like, if you put a little face on the shield, then suddenly it can become like a sort of holy creature poking out from behind the clouds.
Yeah.
Which I think is really fun. So this is one of those very angelic-y kind of guys. So I feel bad leaving them out, basically.
Yeah, no. You can't forget your children.
Yeah, I have like 3 of them basically that aren't on the website, even though they should be. Okay, so this one, whose material is very reflectively funky, this is because this is wrapping paper. And this is number 91, named Bathwater. Don't worry about it. So number 91 is, first of all, I was experimenting with this lovely wrapping paper I have.
Yeah, it looks very pretty.
It's a great gradient wrapping paper, but unfortunately it's rough to work with. I don't want to work with it again, I think, unfortunately, because it has this great gradient to it. It doesn't show up the best on camera of this sort of blue-green, and I was cutting out bits that specifically transitioned from blue to green because I was like, that would make a great decorative highlight. The issue is that it is the worst material I've worked with because it is so prone to folding, damage. Mostly it's just creases and folds.
Yeah.
When you put glue on it, it just instantly becomes creased horribly. Yeah. And that's sad because it was really to the detriment of it. This design, I struggled with this design quite a bit. This kind of wound up being one of my least favorite ones. No. I like the core ideas behind it, but it just doesn't quite work, and I don't think it's only the fault of the wrapping paper being a bit funky looking.
I don't think it's the wrapping paper at all. I think it's the sword.
The sword is a bit off-center.
I don't think it's that. I think it's the colour of the sword more than anything else. Because like the rest of it is all very, for the most part, sort of blue-greens the whole way through. Yeah,
but the red's the contrast.
It is contrast, but I think it would have looked better sort of altogether if it was more like silver or something.
Yeah, well,
I think it would have looked more sort of cohesive.
The secret though about the red sword is I was just double checking on my archive.
The sword was red in the thing you were doing.
The sword is red in the original.
Yeah.
So the inspiration for this is a city crest. The city crest is a shield. The shield is marked with a crown above it, which is meant to be this bit. I couldn't find an image of the exact crest I was looking at because crests vary, and this is just a slightly different one. But it is a crown floating above a shield. The shield has 2 crosses on either side of a red sword, and the theme of it is a water, basically, because there are 2 lines of water going on in the background, as well as then like a brick stone wall, which I didn't really include. And so I wanted to make a crest, and my thought was basically, a crest represents a city. I want to make like a guardian angel of the city sort of thing. Yeah. So I want to incorporate the elements of the crest itself, like the sword with the 2 crosses on either side, a sort of crown on the head, and then like the blue watery theme, into sort of like an angel watching over the city, basically, which is originally the wings were going to be the full bottom. Instead it's sort of this interesting dress thing, which I kind of like
the dress.
I quite like the dress. I just couldn't get the wings to work as full coverage. And yeah, I like the concept of it. It doesn't quite work. It's also holding a little pigeon. It's because like most cities, the city is full of pigeons, but I really like pigeons, and I've fed a lot of pigeons in the city, and so to me it becomes linked to pigeon.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of symbolic choices in here, and I wanted to get things like the material here that's a little bit creased is kind of shaped like waves. You can't super tell as much, but behind the sword, this is all shaped like sort of watery waves. That's where we get the blue-green color scheme.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
And the red for contrast. It's just, I don't think I quite nailed how I wanted it to be. But I like the initial ideas. I like my sketch idea. It's, maybe one day I'll just do a redux where I just take a couple designs where I thought that I could have done better and just try again. Like, nobody can stop me but myself. And even then, not really. So, next up is 92. Yeah, so that was 91. Here's 92. 92 is another color experiment from my D&D party. These are some of the worst colors I've had yet as a color combination. I think that I was potentially being sabotaged on purpose.
We like to challenge you.
I enjoy the challenge. I want the weird colors because they're color schemes that, like, nobody would think of because, no, they're not normal. And also, nobody is probably, like, done, which I like. It means that it feels a bit more like, wow, that looks a bit weird, but it stands out more because it's not actually... Because I lean towards certain colors a lot. I really like using my blues, my reds, my blacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then sometimes I'll do them in all pastels. But I have a lot of the same colors I always come back to, not just because of, like, my color selection. So having, like, somebody else pick a random palette, it makes me do some weird things. This is a design that I'd drawn out ahead of time, and I really liked the design. This is pretty accurate to what it was. I feel like the color palette is fine for it. I think I make it work with the segments of the body. We have the pink for the certain extra segments, brown for detailing, and then we have the purple for these, like, cosmic rings.
Yeah.
I think that I work with it well. I feel weird talking about my work. Like, I think I did a good job.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't like the color scheme because I really like this design.
And I do think it would look better in different colors.
It would look better in different colors. It's like, I appreciate the experiment of making my party choose my colors for me, and I will keep doing it. I don't regret it. But I really quite like this design of this like waste basket cat with the rings and the tail like this. And this color palette isn't actually like just a good color palette in truth. It's just not a very good color palette in truth.
Yeah.
So he's kind of an interesting, I can't even call him like a funky 70s vibe. I don't know what to describe this color.
I don't know what to describe it as.
It's unique. It's unique. It stands out. But he would definitely look way cooler, I think, if he was in some different colors. You know, maybe that's one of my remakes. It's just like a palette swap. I do the shiny version. 93.
Well, this can be the shiny version. Just like you hunt it down and it's just like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, that happens with a lot of shinies. 93. Here's a little guy.
I like him.
The sizes of these guys, I never plan the friggin' sizes of these guys, and so often I'll accidentally make the face just really small. Then, well, he's small. I mean, he's not tiny. So this guy is just a ooey gooey algae mess. I mean, there's not much to say about it. He's just a gooey little guy. He's kind of cat-shaped, maybe, fox-shaped, something shaped. It's hard to tell, and he's covered. Gooey. Yeah, he's covered in a bunch of slime and seaweed, and he has these big old eyes. I quite like the seaweed, how it came out with the little holes, especially on his face, where his eyes sort of move through this almost kind of mask-like eye holes.
It does kind of look mask-like.
It does, but also it rises up. There's something supernatural going on here, you know? You can it's not just that it's covered in seaweed, like, it's a shared organism. And also, I think the tail turned out well.
Yeah,
with just the drooping seaweed. I think that looks the most like seaweed, like, compared to this, where I was just kind of doing my best slime. 93. 94, so with 94, I bought some new paper kinds, which I sometimes do, and I was very excited to see they had this very unique kind of specific paper. And if you're looking at this, you may or may not immediately notice it. It's not the clearest necessarily, but it's the eyes here. And so we can actually compare. This is the normal silver I use, which on the camera you can see it's very reflective of the light. This one here is much more bug-eyed because it's a circular thingy. It's circular. So if I hold him up, ooh, look, he has pupils now. So when I hold him up like this, he's very reflective in a circular area.
Like those old Guinness World Record books.
It is
like
my childhood. The same material, basically.
That material.
So it's basically paper that comes in a bunch of tiny squares of this. So I was immediately like, hey, if I do this as a big bug-eyed guy, then when you look at him, you can actually, it's way more reflective than the normal silver too.
I do love his eyes.
So you can actually see yourself in them. Like, you can't properly see me, but I can see myself when I actually look straight into his eyes, which is cool because with the silver, it's a bit reflective, you can kind of see, but this one is a lot clearer, and it's also a bug-eyed view.
Yeah, it gives like a 3D effect, which is very cool.
It does. It's this extra bug-eye thing. And even here, I mean, look, I can make his pupils move. Based on the ring lights. He's looking around. So he's 94. Body-wise and everything else, I mean, the main focus was I just wanted to make the big old eyes.
The eyes are definitely the focus.
But he's actually, I do like his color scheme. He has that blue-black I don't use very much, but it's very fun. And he has the bits of other silver, but they're the different material, which I think actually is kind of a nice contrast because it makes his eyes stand out more while still letting him be kind of a fancy little snake caterpillar guy, you know? 95. 95.
Another one of your epic OCs.
Yeah. This is my next D&D character. So this is Warhammer 40 Cat, as I call him. He's number 95. This is just a joke on Warhammer, which I wouldn't call myself a Warhammer fan, but I enjoy Warhammer. I'm not a fan of the series, but we like to joke about it a lot.
Yeah, basically what kind of happened was Mika was forced at gunpoint to read The Night Lords, and then they wrote the review, and then one of our friends got really into Warhammer.
Yeah, I didn't like Night Lords. Spoilers for my review. It's a very strange review because it's not like I tear it apart like I usually would. I do a bit, but instead it's just much more like, this is a strange little world, you know, and I talk about it in a variety of different ways. But it's such a weird little universe. And I don't like the book as a book as well as the fact that, you know, I didn't get on with the book. But it's just so weird that it was like, interesting. And then our friend read my review, which wasn't a positive review, but got curious about, I guess, the lore, and just wound up on this deep rabbit hole where they watched like every lore video about Warhammer.
It's the hyperfixation.
Yeah, it's the autism. We're all autistic. We're all autistic here. And so they got really into all of the lore. And I mean, it's not like they're like a hardcore defender. They also think it's a lot of silly things, but it's also a lot of fun, which like, it's fine. I have a lot of friends who are into Warhammer.
That's why you got held at gunpoint.
Yeah, that's how I got held at gunpoint, which I got, again, I'll do a Warhammer video at some point with this friend who got into it. And part of the reason that I was held at gunpoint was basically that I read all these books and I'd share all my bad book reviews with this small group of friends. And it was a running joke for a very long time of like, when are you going to read, Warhammer 40k? And I was like, I have no idea what Warhammer 40k is. I see it in passing and I'm just so confused. So it was delivered to my doorstep, this huge, thick book. And it took me ages to still read it because it was difficult. But anyways, Warhammer is just this kind of funny, silly universe. To me, it's really good as like a comedy. If you don't take it seriously and you have a lot of fun, there's so many great jokes you can have about the weird little world it is.
Your fanfic is great. As someone who has also never read Warhammer and knows nothing about it, apart from everything I've learned about Warhammer has been against my will.
Yeah, no, I've had a lot of Warhammer fans, like many Warhammer fans actually, who've read my fanfic be like, oh yeah, no, that's really good. At some point, I'm going to do my fanfic on the YouTube channel. You have to do dramatic reading. I'm going to. Yeah. It's a very short little thing, but I am going to illustrate it as well.
Beautiful.
And that will take 800 years because of all the skulls.
Yeah.
Anyways, just talking about like this little guy, he's extremely intricate, which is fun, but means that he's a lot of small little details and work on him. I really, really like him.
It's your tabaxi necromancer artificer.
No. They're not really like necromancers. They just love skulls. They just love skulls.
Fair.
And I just sort of thought it was fun to kind of, I did use a picture reference for what their armor actually does vaguely look like, but it's covered in skulls and spikes, and you have this big kind of mask thing, because they have a helmet usually on top, and I was like, what if I made a little kitty?
Yeah, what if you made a kitty?
A little kitty wearing that. That was the sole thing of this joke. I had such a fun time making it, and I really am charmed by him. I think that at this point, he is pretty recognizable as a Warhammer thing. Like, it's not your first guess, because it's not exactly copying any known Warhammer things. But I think something about the shape of this cuirass, somebody would look at that and be like, that's probably a Warhammer thing, huh? But no, he's very charming, and I love him. And
he's a friend.
He's my friend. And he's Warhammer 40k, and he's number 95. We're nearly getting there. This video is going to be 5 hours long.
Yeah, I think literally.
Look, we'll do some editing.
This is going to be longer than Lightlark.
Oh, it's going to be goddamn long. I don't care. First of all, I'm not going to run ads, because people who make it all the way through, good luck. I might add like a skippable pre-ad, I guess, but like I'm not gonna put mid-rolls. I'm just gonna let people go, and if anybody watches it, good luck. So next up, we have a fan favorite.
It's a celebrity.
Here's a celebrity. I don't have to talk much about this.
Yeah, we do. How dare? Why do you still hate Pocket so much?
I'm sorry, I don't hate him. He's number 96, and we've seen today and yesterday ones who I dislike way more. Pocket, look, honestly, he's a fun little guy. I like his jester theme. He's really sneaky. He's a little smarmy. He has his tail here. I had to perform surgery on his tail. If you want to compare images with the original, I had to move the tail basically, because he wouldn't fit in the container, which was a lovely kind of last cap where it was like, oh, time to put him away in his sleeve, and then he just wouldn't fit, giving me this look the whole time. So I had to cut his tail a little bit and kind of re-put it on, and it doesn't look too bad. It looks a little wonky when it's not even. But I don't know, perspective.
I love Pocket.
Yeah. Pocket is his name. He was named by somebody. I took a lot of, I read everybody's. I try to answer all the comments. I definitely don't answer all the comments, but I do read almost all of them. I do my best. Replies pretty much always get lost, but I do my best. And especially with those kinds of videos, because this is something I'm just doing for myself and you mad lads who will endure it. And Pocket was named by somebody, Rivers. The first one is Rivers. It seems like Rivers Rondell or something. So Rivers, I know what your avatar looks like, was the one who suggested the name in a line of other names. And I really liked Puck, which is like a trickster, jester kind of thing. But then something about Pocket really works for me. I kind of think that I could call him, in fact, like Puckett. But it sounds a little bit too much like fuck it. But like Puck and Pocket, you know?
Yeah.
So in my heart, Pocket, but you think of it like Puck.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
No, he's really not that bad, okay? He really isn't. I've seen so many
Show
worse.
love for your son.
But he's not in my he's not getting to S tier, he's not getting to A tier. He's a solid B tier, I think, probably. You know, and that's not that bad. That's a pass. You know? So anyways, 96.
Beloved.
Pocket is a celeb, I guess. So that is 96. 97. Hello, 97. Okay, this is Logos. Logos, as you can see, uses the same reflective thing, but rather than one circle, it's four squares that I've cut into a circle, which gives it this interesting mirror effect where you can kind of see how my hand moves roughly, like it's a little hard to tell without blocking the camera, that everything you do is seen 4 times, which is really fun.
It's a fun guy.
I don't really know what was up with Logos. I just made this design. I drew it myself, but I really liked the idea of having like a big reflective orb and doing this sort of thing. Initially, in my design notes for this guy, they were like thick black lines, sort of. It was more like horns or like claws kind of gripping it like that. But that doesn't show up on the black, obviously. So it's instead just sort of these things, and who knows what they are.
Yeah, no, but I think it looks cool.
I like him. I like his very big, fluffy pink coat, which is sort of
it gives me like feather boa kind of vibes.
It's meant to be like a fluffy pink jacket, basically, which I like. The heart, very charming. His little hands, very long legs. I really like this guy.
Yeah,
he's one of my
really
recent
like
runs, and honestly, I really like his design. He's a classic. His head obviously ideally would float, but I can't do that, so instead he kind of has these pink things.
One day you'll invent floating.
Yeah, I mean, there might be like translucent paper out there, like translucent plastic that I could glue.
It'll be plastic.
But it would be paper, like probably, I don't know, just a bit extra work that I can't be bothered with. But you still get the empty neck area, so you can tell it kind of levitates. It's the same with this orb where I had to add 2 little like lines.
Yeah, tiny lines to make it.
The black lines kind of make it more decorative than me trying to hide it. If it was white, I think it would look worse than with black where it looks more decorative. But again, it's kind of meant to be like floating there, but I can't do that. Okay, next we have 98. So that was Logos. Logos is number 97, and Logos has a brother named Pogos. So these guys, this is Logos and this is Pogos.
And they're definitely related.
It's a really funny joke because Logos is a wonderful word. Very interesting idea. It's like a word in like, oh my god, I'm not prepared to tell you the proper definition of Logos, but it means like logic, and it's specifically a really specific idea. It's usually like theological terms, in fact. So Logos is sort of like logic, truth, knowledge, I believe, and it's often used in a theological way, so it can be associated with angels, etc. And this guy's like a pogo stick.
Yeah.
So, hides his foot. No, his foot. Okay, so Pogos. I mean, he's
a pogo stick.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
angel guy.
He's not really a pogo stick because he more has a little clawed foot.
Yeah.
But I mean, look at him.
I mean, if you turn him upside down, he'd kind of be a pogo stick. Because that would be like the foot base, and that's like the little handlebars.
You grip it there, except you just hide the halos. But otherwise, yeah. But no, I like the little triangle halo sort of thing. My favorite thing is actually the mouth here, which is one piece, which is a little bit annoying to cut, not impossible. But I want to do like a double mouth like that, and so I'm kind of happy with that.
Yeah.
I quite like the, again, imagery of kind of, when you see like cats of 2 faces or cows of 2 faces, those are always really interesting designs that look really cool, sort of. So I want to do like that sort of split mouth.
Yeah.
For my little kind of kitty guy. I mean, I say he's kitty guy. He doesn't have much cat-like features, but to me, he's a cat.
Yeah.
He's a cat angel. No,
in the way that half of these are deer.
Yeah, well, they're all angels.
Yeah, they're all angels.
They're all angels, except for the ones who are canonically not angels because they're, like, from books or something.
Or Astaroth.
Yeah, like Astaroth, you know. So, Pogos, number 98. Number 99 is a bit special because I realized she is not a recent one. I made her a while ago, but she wasn't on my blog.
She never got catalogued because she's been on our bookshelf.
Well, yeah. Oh, no, that's 100. Okay.
She lives on a bookcase.
So, this is 100. Nope, this is 99. So this is Amaraya. Amaraya is actually a character from my book, Good Angel. And she is the principal of the magical university that the first book takes place at. Well, one of two principals, because they have a principal, they have a demon principal and an angel principal.
Yeah.
She herself is a seraphim, which is the highest order of angels in the setting. I've been doing so much angel research lately because I'm doing a video about angels. And
she's technically a seraph because seraphim is plural.
Yes, she's a seraph. God, yes, I know that more than anyone.
I know you do.
I know, but I mess up. But yes, no, she's too big to go in the book, basically. So as you can tell, I didn't bother removing it because she'll go back up there. She has a little bit of a string attached to her, and what I do is I sort of tuck this underneath the book, and she sort of hangs out next to the bookshelf. And she's a charming little ornament. I really like Amaraya. This is a fun fact about Good Angel that pretty much no one has ever recognized and maybe will ever recognize, which is that Amaraya is called Amaraya for a really specific reason. So, welcome to me getting to some really specific backstory. So, Amaraya is co-principal with a fallen angel called Adramelech, okay?
I know this.
Yes, you know this. And Amaraya and Adramelech are both names from one of my favorite book series that no one's ever heard of, called the Link Angel series. And in book 4, one of the lead characters is a, I believe, half angel girl, and she kind of gets on with a fallen angel named Adramelech. And I was like, those guys, I ship them so hard or whatever. I'm gonna make a shout out to them as an angel demon pairing in this book that no one will recognize because it's a book series from like the 90s that no one read. It's so good though. But yeah, no. Canonically, she's much more of like a 3D orb covered in feathers that when she lays down, she sort of looks like a wet mop, basically, with eyes poking out between the feathers and such. She can't really speak too well. She can say a couple words, but mostly she kind of screams or makes a bunch of like twittering trills and sounds like that because she is a being sort of so beyond the material plane that she just can't communicate very well.
And you can look forward to hearing that in our reading
whenever that comes out. I have to do so many. I'm maybe like halfway done with the drawings, like seriously, and I have like at least 30. But no, she is number 99 in my official archive. And that brings us to the specialist friend, number 100. Not the specialist, but I really like them. So number 100 turned out so good. I really, really like this one so much. This is the most recent one. I did it like 2 days ago.
Yep.
So here we go.
Look at him.
This is 100.
I love them.
I mentioned ages ago that I was going to do a better idea because I had that idea from ages ago. I mean, he's back in the book. I feel like, I should pull him out to compare. Okay, so
we found him.
Yes, we had to stop to find him. So, this is the one I made many years ago, about 8 years ago now, and the design has always roughly been the same, but I hadn't made one out of paper that actually looked good. Like, I mean, he's okay. As I said at the time, he's okay.
I like him. He's a little guy.
He's a little guy, but obviously I really like this design. This is one of those designs I've come back to a ton, and I was like, I would like to make a much better one. And to do the 100th one, I wasn't sure if I should do something special, something like extra big, something crazy complex. And I was like, I should probably just go and make like a better one of these guys. So here he is, the much cooler superior cousin. I mean, they are slightly different designs overall. You know, different tails, different antlers. This guy used to have antlers, but they're gone. But no, I really, really like how number 100 turned out. He doesn't have
a good little guy.
He doesn't have a specific name. Yeah, but he's just so cute. He looks so huggable. not to, compliment my own art so much, but he just looks very soft and huggable. I think his antlers turned out great. He still doesn't look like a deer because they don't really look like deers. Like, their mouths aren't very deer-like, for one. They have the ears where I have it tapered a bit, but they're still very rabbity. Look at this tail, especially the big bottom feet is very rabbit-like. But I don't care, they're deer to me.
He's an eye deer.
Yeah, he's an eye deer, okay? It's a specific species. And, no, he looks so soft. I keep saying this because basically, one thing that I've always wanted to do is I actually collect stuffed animals. I have my entire life, and in more recent years, I've also really enjoyed a lot of very more, I guess, fancy stuffed animals.
Where
instead
you've got
of, like,
fun little plushies.
Yeah, like, I like some stuffed guys that are from more, like, artist designs. So you'll see some really cool, unusual designs. I have, like, 3 Mothmen, for example, and, like, things like that. I have a Jersey Devil plushie, that sort of thing. And so my interest in, like, those kind of, usually on Kickstarter, plush has really made me want, like, one day I really want to do a plush run. And
become a super successful YouTuber.
I know.
Sell it as merch.
Exactly. Well, it would probably be like a Kickstarter sort of thing, because that's a good way to do it. And it's like, well, people might back it if they like the design. I come with the proposal. But I also would have to put money down for a prototype. You can sell it with just the art suggestion, but that's harder. People would rather see the physical plush, and that can take multiple rounds of consultation. I asked one of my favorite creators, who's Eye Whiskers, and about it, basically, because they're doing their 3rd plush run right now, and they do, like, my favorite plush. And their current one is an Angel Demon one, which is exactly what I'm into. But no, I'd really love to do some time, and this would probably be it. It would be sitting like this kind of guy, maybe a fun tail, maybe a shorter tail, to be fair, and just a little eye deer. And I think it would be so cute. Little sewn-on patches, a bit of fluffy fur. And so that's just one of those, like, kind of dream things where I'm really into cool stuffed animals, and thus I'd really like to create one. And I think the eye deer is one of those designs that would translate really well into a stuffed animal.
Yeah.
A lot of my other guys are completely crazy, but I think this one really would. Somehow there's more.
Bonus round.
Yeah, bonus round 2, because I did another bonus round. Because there were ones from Generation 1 who weren't on my blog archive, because I never scanned them. But this one, I don't know why most of these aren't listed, because some of them I know for a fact I remember making during D&D, which is when I usually make them, where I then photograph when I'm done and send to the group chat. Yeah. But at some point, I forgot to upload it and then forgot about it. So we're going to letter these again, for the sake of people who want to help me name them. I don't remember where we left off last time. I think that we did A, B, C, and D. I think there were 4 extras, so we're going to start on F, just to be sure, because there might have been, like, an E. A, B, C, and D, E. Yeah, we're going to skip E. E. Okay, so, starting with F. So, this guy. This is F, Mr. F. He is actually pretty special in one specific way, and then he's not special in any other ways, because I don't like him.
Love your son.
No.
You have to love your firstborn.
God. He's not my firstborn
of,
like 8 years, yeah. So basically, I made like 1, I think, when I was in like my first place in the city. I feel like I made 1 once, and that was like it, and I don't know where that is or who that was. But this guy was the first one I actually made of Gen 2, as it were, where I came back to making paper guys, and so I don't fully remember exactly the context, but I was sitting right here, and I just sort of made this guy. I think I was running D&D. I was running D&D. I was running library D&D.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was running library D&D, which is interesting to say that I was running D&D and doing this, but I don't know what to tell you. I'm that good of a DM.
You are.
But no, library D&D means...
Run D&D for me.
Yeah, I have so much to do, you're right.
I want to play my girl.
I know, and I really want to do D&D as well, but I keep getting distracted because I keep being like, oh, so many videos and things. I'm like, oh, my YouTuber life is taking over.
Run D&D for me.
Mm-hmm. So anyways, this guy is the first one I made of my new generation. We used to do D&D at the library as like a little volunteer thing for families and things, and during the pandemic we kept it going, and it was during a Zoom call. I wasn't in front of the kids doing it. Though I feel like the kids would have got it. We had some cool kids.
We had cool kids.
But yeah, no, I was making this guy, and I don't really like him. The color's a bit washed out right now, but this is pink. The lines are, I think, pencil. I didn't have a marker or any sort of fancy tool at that point. I just bought a bit of paper. And he's an idea, but I don't like him. Red and green isn't a bad color combination. I like bold, contrasting colors, but and red, green, and pink, fine color combination. I just don't like how he looks. He has this sort of extra set of limbs, like a little spider, I guess, but I'm not offended by them. I like the little lines. He has polka dots, but something about it just doesn't come together, and I really don't like him.
He's not my favorite, if I'm honest.
And he's number F for failure.
No!
What comes after F, G?
You've set yourself a challenge, knowing the alphabet.
So this is G. G is cool. I remember making G, again, during D&D. I don't know why I didn't record it. G is a very kind of lunar, I want to do a lot of crescent shapes, so I have this. Looks a bit like a Pokemon again, like Deoxys's cousin or something.
I like G.
I think because of just the small limbs and then these sort of larger areas like that.
It's like water and moons.
Yeah, we have the eye here, which we have these lovely eyelashes, and then this pupil sort of extends down, and the big old moon like that. I quite like it. There's a lot of fun shapes going on. These are eyes, and then is this an eye? I don't know. Is it a hole? I don't know. This is an eye. Who knows? But yeah, this is G, and G is pretty cool, honestly. She's quite cool. She's like a tough, fast fighter kind of type.
Yeah.
H
H
is next. H is actually a design I love, and H is a design that I made when I was very young again. Not to, brag or whatever, but a couple of my designs were okay. H was not made as a Pokemon or anything. It was
I don't know, there's the Regigigas kind of head.
It has the eyes.
I forget which one, but...
The new one, the Regidragon one. Yeah, Regidrago or something. But yeah, no. Also, I made this before that existed.
Can't believe they stole this from you.
I know. But yeah, no, he's just a little monster guy that I made a long time ago, probably when I was like 13. And I used to really enjoy drawing him. The design is slightly off from how it originally was because he had sort of a spiral here, but I couldn't easily replicate it. I'm grabbing some paper again because I'm like, I can draw it real quickly.
You threw the pencil on the floor.
I threw the pencil on the floor though, so I probably can't draw it for you. But it had basically a little spiral thing here. But spirals are pretty much nightmares to do with paper. And especially if it's a spiral on top of like a square where it's not meant to have any separate green bits behind it.
Yeah.
It means that it doesn't contrast well enough. And the only options then are to draw it on, which can look not very good, or it just blends in too much. So I got rid of that design bit, even though I quite like his little kind of spirally things. But no, he's just a bunch of square layers, but he's really fun. And I was a big fan of him. Yeah. And he was H.
Yes.
Yes, H. H. Goodbye H. Goodbye paper. That leaves us with
I.
I like I. I was a color challenge. I remember this. This is a palette picked out. I immediately got the blue, purple, and yellow, and I thought, like clouds and lightning.
Yeah.
Which I think makes sense. And it's a good color combination for that. I made this guy actually only this at first, which I still kind of love as just like a cloud with an eye and these lovely kind of high heels,
with
boots with
clouds.
the fur, or boots with the circular nimbus, whatever. This one also has two little kind of like blush circles here, which I don't think get captured enough, but they're meant to be kind of like little like blush circles, like, like a little face. And as much as I loved it as that, and I still do love it, I kind of just felt like it was too small and not enough really, so I wanted to add a little bit more. And I don't dislike this at all. I think that this is very solid without the top bit.
It's like the evolution.
It does seem like the evolution, where you'd have like, this is like Dodrio, and this is like the Do Trio or whatever, because it does remind me a bit of an ostrich.
Yeah.
At that point, where it has the body, long neck, and then like this sort of thing. But no, I really kind of like this guy, charging at you during thunderstorms and dark alleys and things. He's really nice. I don't know why these guys weren't documented.
No.
That was I.
Why don't you love them?
I know. J is next. But J really should have been called I, because, So J is just sort of a classic Ophanim kind of angel interpretation, except famously those have 2 wheels and this is only 1 wheel. But the idea of like a wheel of eyes and just a big old angel doing a halo, but instead of a normal halo, I did sort of like a sun ray. It's extremely classic. Of course, when I say classic, I've been deep in my angel research and am now kind of convinced, I'm waiting to hear back from somebody who's helping me out with this, but I'm pretty convinced that the Ophanim, the wheel angels, are literally just wheels, and I don't know why we assume that they were alive. There's sort of a weird phrasing, but I swear to God, I don't think that they're angels. I think they're just wheels.
You're gonna turn up at heaven and be like, hey God.
I think they're just magic wheels. I don't think that they're alive, and I don't think that they're angels, even though that's our classic idea of like the spooky angel is like the friggin' rings. But anyways, this is just a really simple, I wanted to make an angel that looked good. I made this the same time as Amarai, actually, I do remember, which was quite a while ago. And, it's a very simple design. It's not anything super unique in a lot of ways, but I like him. The eyes look good. We have these little sun rays, and it's lovely. And that was J.
It was.
However, we are actually out of letters of the alphabet. The alphabet ends after J.
Does it? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
well, it's because the next ones have names.
Fair.
So, next up we have this guy. This is a little dragon. He didn't turn out the best, but he didn't turn out the worst, is what I'm going to say about him.
I like him.
His name is Razor. I guess it's Razor. There's an apostrophe in it. It's Razor. So Razor.
Can afford the apostrophe.
Yeah. Well, he is actually a character from a fantasy series that I quite enjoy. So one of my favorite fantasy series is the Black Witch Chronicles, which I will definitely talk about at some point. If I don't talk about the whole series, maybe when book 5 ends, I release my 8-hour cinematic of explaining the friggin' lore in that world, because it's insane.
Just the character list will do that
Just
for
the
you.
character list, because there's like 40 characters. It's epic YA fantasy, and there's flaws in it. There's some real flaws, but I honestly super enjoy them, and I love the 4th book. And basically to celebrate actually reading the 4th book, because I bought it when it came out, I like pre-ordered it, and then I didn't read it for like 8 months, because, I have the book with me, but it's at the bottom of some stuff. I'm not going to bother grabbing it. But yeah, he is just a little albino dragon in that series. Specifically, he is a dragon who has been captured as... dragons in that world are, first of all, they're all shapeshifters, though we've never seen his human form, but they're all shapeshifters secretly. That's a big thing. Mm-hmm. And even though they're shapeshifters, that's usually suppressed information, and instead the military, the really fastest evil military in that world, will take dragons and basically... capture them and break their minds so that they're trapped in a dragon state, and then they use them to ride into battle and stuff.
It's rude.
Oh, it's really bad. They're horrible. And white dragons like this, though, are extremely bad luck. And instead, what he has is that he was abducted, and he's in a collar that suppressed his growth. So he was, like, very small. He was, like, the size of a cat, basically.
I'm making a sad face.
Yeah, no. So he was put on this collar. That's why there's sort of these corruption lines that kept him at a very small size. And because he was bad luck, he was basically then kept as a pit dragon, as in they would throw him in a fighting pit against other things and just make him fight. And, well, it's good because in the series, he's called, like, Razor the Unbroken or whatever. No, that's Naga. That's a different dragon. Anyways, Razor does good, though, because some other people help him escape, basically.
Good.
And by the 4th book, spoilers, but you can expect it, they've removed all of the binding curses, and he's this full-size dragon that is amazing because...
Hell yeah.
He just thinks about revenge and murder.
Yeah, same.
So he yells into, there's so much insane lore about dragons and everything in that world, but like he talks to the main character because they're like pals, and he's like, we must do everything to murder the bad guy. We need to kill him. I'm gonna go kill him. Let's kill him. Just remember to kill him. Like that's basically.
I support him.
I support him too. He's so valid. But no, I really like Razor. He's just a fun little guy. I mean, he's literally a tiny dragon, and then he gets to be this full-size dragon that just, devastates all of the bad guys, basically. It's great. So I made him out of paper to celebrate. Design-wise, I don't super like how he turned out, but that's only because, really, the wings? So I wanted to get the wings in there because they're winged. They're feathered dragons, too, specifically. Cool. But he's albino, obviously, so it's all white. And that means the wing, unfortunately, blends in a lot with his body. So he has this lovely arc to him, but then if I make the wings extending, I was worried I'd cover too much of the body.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'll keep it down, but then it just adds this weird shape, which is sad because...
maybe made the wing bigger, so that it would be...
Well, if his body was bigger, then I could have made the wings small, but then not too small. But if I made them, like, this big, they're too small.
Yeah.
Anyways, I still kind of like him, but he didn't turn out as much as I wanted. This is our lastly. Finishing on her. So this is Yofiel.
Here she is.
Yofiel is the main character of Good Angel, and in Bad End, she's an important character, but not really the viewpoint. In the first book, though, she's our main third-person viewpoint of the series, and I wanted to make her out of paper to help promote the book, basically, but also just kind of for fun. I don't usually do people, as I discussed and as we've seen, because people are really hard to get right, especially the faces.
I think Yofiel looks really good.
Yofiel looks really nice. I like her coat. I think her coat especially looks quite good. There's the collar and the 3 lines. I just don't quite like her face. I did her face like 4 different times. I remember very clearly doing that because I really struggled to get it. And one of the difficulties was the eyes, where if you can't make it pure white circles. If these guys, they can just be circles, but that's not right. She has to have eyelids, but the eyelids then have to be extremely thin, like too thin to properly cut to size.
Yeah.
So you wind up with a slightly lidded eye look, which is like, it's fine, but it's not quite right.
Yeah, it isn't an expression that I would associate with
No, she looks a little bit more like relaxed and a little bit like, hey, what's up? Which isn't quite right, but I wasn't sure what to do to get the eyebrows right, and then the eyebrows wind up being a lot more lidded. It's the same with the mouth too, where the mouth I wasn't sure what to do.
It's a bit of a smirk kind of thing.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like just a soft smile, but yeah, the face is so hard. And I thought I'd also bring out to compare. There's technically a couple last people, but they're not special sons. I mean, Yofiel's not my special son, she's a book character. But I did some people way back in the day. And I did a bunch of my OCs from a unpublished book. I mean, I think it's still on Wattpad. You can read the full, friggin' quartet of them. But I one of my OCs, basically, I did a couple of them. I'm not going to bring them out, but I'm going to bring out one to compare because honestly, so as a comparison, not much has really changed. This is one of those ones from 8 years ago. It's very old. This is a character called Glenn Aluzzi. Aluzzi. Yeah, I was gonna say the name. This is where I got Aluzzi's namesake, except I got this Aluzzi's namesake from a Vermont senator.
Yeah.
But anyway, off the Wikipedia page. But this is a comparison, for example, face-wise. I wanted to kind of do slightly more of a realistic face. I don't usually do noses as this shape anymore. I used to do them a lot more like arrowheads. Whereas now I'm much more likely to do just straight lines or very slightly shaped lines. I wanted to do it a little bit more or less of this kind of chibi look. But the thing is that the simple look I think kind of does look better. I was trying to avoid it and be like, I'll elevate it with using fancy eyes for Yofiel. But I kind of do think she might have looked better if I just did dot eyes and then just a cheesy smile basically. As opposed for the more realistic look. You also can tell that my level of clothing and other design is pretty much the same. So not much has changed because I don't make people constantly and making people doesn't interest me as much. I just sort of have this skin tone. It's enough skin tone, honestly, but there's not much interesting about it. Making the clothes is okay, but I can make the clothes but put a weird cat demon in them, so what's the point?
It's Yofi though.
Yeah, but no, I made Yofiel, and I was considering I could make Archie. I think I do have brown of the right color. It's not very easy to find skin tone colored ones. But they do exist, and I do own brown, I think, maybe. It's not a common color in paper packets, but it might be in there. But I don't think I'm going to make the whole cast, even though they're all quite colorful. Anyways, that is legit our wrap-up.
We did it.
Oh my gosh. It's been 800 hours of filming.
Yep.
It's going to take me a long time to edit this, meaning it's not going to be up for a bit. If you're watching this, it's up.
but I'm kind of talking to my friend here and just also remarking that
I made it to the end. Who else did?
Yeah, exactly. If you made it to the end, let me know, and I guess I'll knight you. You're gonna have to make your own travel and accommodation arrangements and things, but
bring a sword.
And bring a sword. So and if you come without the sword, I'm not gonna do it. And it does have to be a real sword.
Yeah, and we do get to keep the sword.
And yeah, the sword is a tribute. That's part of the pay thing. But I will knight you. I will knight you in those really specific circumstances. For the price of a sword, you can have the address of my street. But you get that only if you prove you have the sword and the means and the accommodation to come over, and then I knight you, okay? But I get the sword. Anyways.
We've slightly lost it at this point.
Oh my gosh, I already lost it when I started. I think that I'm worried that a lot of people aren't going to watch the first, hour or whatever.
They're going to make it to me turning up.
Yeah, because on my own, I think that it's probably fine on my own. I just talk about some things. But having you, even though I talk so much, I swear I'm not talking over you. You're okay with the fact that I talk so much.
Yeah, of course I am.
I feel bad about it a lot, but I just tend to ramble when I get excited. I talk really fast and I talk about a lot of things.
I like you getting excited about things.
Yes, but no, having you around means I'm actually much more directly talking to somebody. And so it's probably a bit more engaging than me going insane for an hour doing the first
I don't know, you going insane can be fun.
Maybe. But anyways, I was surprised. I made a post where I was like, I'm working on this and I'll do some other videos because I know a lot of people aren't really that interested in those ones. I had a lot of people comment about how they're excited about the guys, and that's really nice. I remember I replied to somebody about it and I basically said, it's really cool that you like them. I love doing book reviews and I love doing all sorts of things. I have a lot of ideas that I want to work on. So many ideas and things I am working on and things like that. But also paper things is just something that I really like. I like doing this. I've done it for a long time. I said this at the beginning of the video too. And so I just compulsively want to share it. It's one of those traits I have. I think it's related to the autism or something, but when I really like something, I want to share it, and I have that extremely strong, and that applies to pretty much most things. Like if I have a TV show, I really want to watch it with people that I like, for example, and I also want to make sure they're watching it too, because I'm like, I love it, I want to share the thing I love.
You need to love it.
Yes, and not necessarily you need to love it, but I'd really like it if you loved it, so please give it a shot.
Yes.
And then that goes on to just all sorts of things basically in life. It goes on to towns and stuff where I'm visiting my hometown, for example. It's I need to show you everywhere I like and all of my personal things about it because I really like it. It means something to me, so I'd like you to see it too.
And it was really fun.
Yeah, no, we went to my hometown for last year or whatever. This year.
January.
Jesus.
It's been a long year.
Yeah, it was right before COVID. So.
That was after COVID, babe.
January this year?
Not after, because
you're right. That was yeah. It had calmed down. No, I'm thinking
travel
about
restrictions had
the
gone
year
down.
before. I went with my then girlfriend to home, and that was right before COVID hit. Yes. Anyways, I really like sharing things that I really like, as you can tell. I use the word like about things. I get excited about things, and so these are just kind of guys I make. I like sharing them with people. I like seeing people excited for them. I'm not expecting it to be something that gets 8 billion views, especially this video. I assume my audience retention is going to be 10 minutes in, and I'm going to get 500 views would be insanely good. People might click on to check it out. My other video got 2,000 views, but it's probably not going to be much else. And in fact, I'm just freely rambling now because I know that it's already going to be so ludicrously long. So if you're here, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have anything?
Thanks. I mean, what am I meant to say?
I don't know.
Hi guys, bye.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you've been here on this journey.
I have been here for 3/4 of the journey.
Yeah, no. Let me know your favorites. Please name them. The custody forms are waiting for you.
Yeah, tell us who you kin and bring us swords.
Nobody's kidding. No doubles. People don't kin anymore.